Okay, folks, we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you for the break.
Recording in progress.
Up next, we have the charter renewal for Friendship Aspire Academies of Arkansas. Would everyone who may be testifying on behalf of Friendship Aspire Academies of Arkansas please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear to affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Just as a reminder of the process, Friendship Aspire Academies of Arkansas will have 20 minutes for their presentation. There doesn't appear to be anyone who has registered for opposition. We will then move to public comment if there are any, and then we'll move to the legal review. With that being said, if we can get Friendship Aspire Academies of Arkansas to come forward. Do we have their presentation loaded and ready to go? You should have a clicker on
Sure.
the... This is it. Okay. Let's get it going. First of all, congratulations. You guys got a much smoother start than we had this morning. So. And that was all on me, so congratulations.
That's a good
to you.
sign. So let's hope that this all goes smoothly as
There
well.
we go.
But thank you. Hope you guys had a great lunch. But I want to introduce myself. I'm Fong Tran. I'm the superintendent. Here we have Mr. Joe Harris. He's the CEO of the CMO Friendship Education Foundation. We have Ms. Virginia Perry as the deputy superintendent. We've got Ms. Jerica Einhorn. She's the director of special education. And we've got Mr. Scott McCrae, who's the director of finance. So that's our team, and of course, Tripp doing the legal. So that's our team for today. Is it this button? There you go. So the mission of Friendship Aspire Academies of Arkansas is to provide a world-class education that motivates students to achieve high academic standards, enjoy learning, and develop as ethical, literate, well-rounded, and self-sufficient citizens. I know it's a mouthful, but at Friendship, what we do is we place our schools in the hardest to serve communities. That's our mission. That's what we do. We don't go around placing schools anywhere. We strategically place in communities that need help, that need services. So that's the mission of Friendship. It is also to fulfill this mission, provide students a high-quality liberal arts education, focus on preparing students with the academic and life skills needed to be successful in college and beyond. And there's one thing that we do say at Friendship. It is we want our students to go to college and through college. So at the end of the day, we try to ensure that every single one of our students get to college and make it through college. And I wanted to start off by saying that, actually, I'll leave it to when we hit to the southeast. I think that makes more of an impact then. So at Friendship, we started off with the Pine Bluff Elementary, and we opened that in 1998. Then we actually took over the Covenant Keeper, which is the middle school. So we took that over, and that was in 1999. No, sorry, 2019. I'm going back a decade. Sorry, so we opened Pine Bluff in 2018. And then we took over the Covenant Keeper, the failing Covenant Keeper, in 2019. And then that year, we also opened the Little Rock Elementary. And then we took over the failing Southeast High School, and we turned that over into the Southeast Pine Bluff, our campus. And then our last one is we just opened, which is the Friendship Downtown Pine Bluff, which is situated right next to the library. So just a little bit of background of our schools, because I know some members here are new and you might not know the history of Friendship. But our first school, as you can see, is Pine Bluff Elementary. So again, opened in 2018. We started that school with K-1. So we opened K-1, and then every year after, we added on a grade. So at this moment in time, it is a K-5 school. So it is a fully, it's a school that's K-5, sorry. With that school, currently we have 382 students. Letter grade is a C, index is 67.48. We have a bronze level in RISE, meaning that school is a RISE school. where all the teachers are RISE trained, and our attendance rate is 96. What I'd like to say about this school is that it is the highest performing school in Pine Bluff, okay, in that district and in the city. With that being said, last year we received from the OEP from Arkansas University being the Odds Award for high ELA growth in Central Region, and also we received the growth in ELA statewide. So we were the #7 school in the state of Arkansas in being the odds in ELA. We were also recognized by DESI last year as being in the top 10 of high performing schools, not high growth, but high performing. So that school, that was our first school, and so that's what's been happening there. At that school, we have a whole bunch of programs going on, before care, extended daycare, not daycare, extended learning program. So we have, in the morning, kids get dropped off at 7 o'clock, and then in the afternoon, we have an extended day program where kids, for the first hour, they go through tutorial sessions where teachers, a lot of times the teachers come and help them with their classwork to make sure that they get the help and support they needed. And then the hour after that, they get provided with extracurricular activities such as chess, cheerleading, robotics, anime clubs, so on and so forth. So that is a comparison to the elementary schools that's around Pine Bluff. As you can see, our schools is 67.48, and compared to the other schools, it's high. Then the high school, and I want to go through the Pine Bluff region first because that's where we're at. So the next school is Southeast Pine Bluff. So I'm not too sure if you all know that Southeast was a failing school, and so we were asked to take over the school. And so when we took over the school, what we did was we phased out the students. So when we took over, we started with 10th grade, 11th grade, and 12th grade, and then we slowly faded those students out. And then slowly we were going to go ahead and re-phase them in, so with our students. So when we took over the Southeast, that school wasn't doing very well academically nor financially. And so what happened during the first year that we took over, 100% of our students graduated. Moving forward to last year, again, 100% of our students graduated again. So that's a great feat with everything that we had to do coming in and so on and so forth. But I want to tell you guys a story about that school. We had one student, legally blind. Am I correct in saying that? Yes. Legally blind. That student, they didn't pretty much have any, any future. They thought that he's not going to pass, he's not going to graduate, so on and so forth. But, we came in, we made sure that he got all his credits, so on and so forth, and he graduated at the end of the year. And it made such a big impact because the mother came to us and said, I couldn't believe that this is happening because my child is legally blind. Everyone gave up on that child. And for him to be able to go through everything that he has to go through and ensure that he got the credits that he needed to graduate, that was a very profound moment. So again, that's what's happening. This year is our final year, our final 12th grade year, and then we're going to phase them back in again. Our next school is the Friendship Aspire Academies in Little Rock, opened in 2019. Again, we started that school with a K-1. We are actually at this moment K-4. So next year will be our K-5. As you see over there, 248 students, low grade C, index 68.33. We were designated by DESI as a school on the move towards excellence. But also last year, what we were able to achieve was as you can see up there, by the OEP, we were awarded as with the highest math growth in Central Region. That was #2. And then high ELA growth in Central Region as well, and we ranked #2 in Central Region. So that school is also doing what it needs to do and helping our students to get where we need to get. And our next slide, that's the comparison where Friendship is sitting compared to the charter schools in Little Rock. And then that is the Little Rock campus compared to the local district schools surrounding the area. So as you can see, we're high performing around there. Then our final school, least but not final, is our middle school. Again, we assumed management of that school. That was the Covenant Keeper Charter. And we assumed management in 2018 and began to open that. I think it was in March of 2019 when we assumed that school. It's a 6th grade, and again, for 2 years, we were designated as beating the odds award for high ELA growth in the Central Region for 2021 and 2022. And remember, our schools, we have high free and reduced rate lunch. So all of our students are in that poverty zone stricken area. So that's why we get that EOP beating the odds. And then again, that is the comparison. Yes, it's close. We have much more work to do, but we're still leading by a little bit compared to that. And before I pass on to Virginia, I just wanted to say that over the last year or so, as everybody know here regarding COVID, it has put a strain on the school and on the educational system. Our schools were like closing every other day because of the amount of COVID outbreak that we encountered during the last 2 years. And that made our students suffer because the educational system at that time wasn't stable enough. Yes, we were able to provide them with the online support. We'll provide them to give all that kind of, every single one of our students had one-to-one devices. They were able to take home the computers. We made our students dress up in the morning to feel like they were going to school. Like at 8 o'clock, you all need to be in your uniforms, get in front of the computer, so on and so forth. But just a time when you had to shut down the school, coming back to school in person, shutting down the school, coming back to school in person, and that model wasn't that great. And so as you all see, with everything that's happening over the last 2 years, why there's a dip. But even with the dip, everything we're doing, we're looking at data, we're using data to drive instruction. And what Virginia's going to talk about is the lessons learned and what we're doing now, or the interventions that we put in place to ensure that our students perform and get to where they need to get. Because at this moment in time, even in those areas, they're getting a lot of disservice happening to them. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to ensure that at least with their education, they're going to deserve and receive one of the world-class education that they can receive. But anyway, I'm going to pass it on to Virginia.
Good afternoon. I'm Virginia Perry Henry, and I am the Deputy Superintendent for Friendship Aspire Academies of Arkansas. So before I start to talk about the things that you actually see on this slide that address learning loss, I want to talk about a couple of mantras that Friendship holds dear. One is everyone grows with friendship. And to that end, not only our students, but also our teachers. So we couldn't adequately address learning loss until we were able to first address the needs of our teachers. So we have a professional development plan that speaks to the pedagogical and the curricular needs of our staff to actually help us before we even get to the plan for addressing learning loss. Then the other mantra is pursuing excellence. Although we fared fairly well in comparison to other traditional districts and other charters in the areas that are demographically similar to our schools, we still aspire for greater academic achievement. So we are continuously pursuing excellence. So to that end, one of the main things, or the first things that we do to address learning loss are formative assessments, which we use the NWA map, and it's given 3 times a year. Then we use this data to set and gauge year-end goals and also initial goals for each student. So each student has their own academic goal. They're actually able to communicate and talk to you about where they are on their goal and where they aspire to be. We also share that data with the parents. We have monthly parent nights where the parents come in, they talk to the teachers and the students, with the teachers and the students about where their individual student is as far as their aspirations for academic improvement. Then we have frequent analysis. The frequent analysis allows us for necessary adjustments in the instructional practices. So we have daily interventions, and we also have tutoring that takes place. We have enrichments and we have enrichments for our students that are at the 20% or above as far as their academic improvement or achievement is concerned. And then for the other students that need some closure to gaps in learning, we have specific interventions. Then we also have a fully functioning RTI process where students are identified, where the students who are not performing on grade level are afforded additional supports. And that could be small group, tutoring, after school tutoring, because we also have extended learning opportunities such as before and after school care, where not only are kids able to actually be involved in athletic activities and extracurricular activities, but there are also academic interventions. I'm sorry, I need some water. Excuse me. And then finally, the goals and student progress are discussed weekly in professional learning communities. So we partnered with Solution Tree to come in. Thank you. I'm losing it. Thank you. So we partnered with Solution Tree to come in and provide training on RTI, SEL, as well as PLCs. And it wasn't just a one-time sit and get training. We have a specific individual, Mr. McWilliams, that comes in at least every other month and meets and sits in the PLCs and helps to guide the professional learning talk that goes along with the PLCs to make sure that we're staying on target with making sure that our students and teachers are all progressing. Then we address literacy daily. Jerica Ironhorn is here, and she's our Director of Special Education. She's also our in-house RISE trainer. So at the beginning of the year, before school started, we spent a full week, practically a week and a half, where we made sure that each one of our staff went through RISE training and received their RISE credentials. We also have building level leaders that are designated as RISE assessors. We track how our teachers do, or how our students do, utilizing the RISE components daily, just to make sure that we're addressing the RISE initiatives fully. So in K-5, we focus on phonological awareness, phonics, comprehension, read aloud and shared reading, oral language, vocabulary, small group reading and writing. Then at our middle school, 6-8, which is in Little Rock, we have an extended literacy block, strategic reading courses offered, word study, comprehension, and writing. And then at our high school, which is 12th grade only this year, we have an extended literacy block, strategic reading courses offered, grade level tests in all content areas, and domain-specific vocabulary development. We also have at the high school a partnership with the CRC Community College, where our scholars are actually able to work on concurrent credits. Then ESSER fund usage. Okay, well, I want to address number 2 primarily. Although number 1 and number 3, creating safe and healthy learning environments and supporting educator and staff stability and well-being, are very important to us, the bulk of our funds were probably spent on number 2, addressing learning loss. We have put a considerable amount of financial and manpower and human capital behind making sure that we adequately address learning loss. We pay our staff as well as outside staff to come in and provide before and after care, where they also work on learning loss. We have also hired or contracted, Friendship has allowed us to have a chief academic officer who started this year, who has done some phenomenal work of actually coming. She's not here today, but she would have been here if she didn't have another engagement. She's done some phenomenal work of actually coming in, finding out where we are, what we know, what we don't know, and also helping us to get where we want to be. She has compiled an intervention program that we feel is going to substantially help to move our students forward. And that is all that we have.
Thank you for that. At this time, I'd like to invite any public comment if anyone in the room is interested. Seeing none, we'll move on to legal review.
Good afternoon. I'm Ms. Perry. We're going to get started with just run through the waiver topics just like we did previously.
Yeah, before you do that, let me ask, and maybe we need to do it this way, but for the ones that have no concerns, is there a possibility to sort of group those in a way that we can just...
I could group together, like I have board of directors is all grouped together. Personnel policies, instead of going individually, I could read them all at once and just do personnel policies and read you all of the statutes that I have no concerns with. Would you prefer to do it that way?
Let's see what that does. Yeah,
Okay.
let's try it.
Okay. All right, first up, we have alternative learning environment. Friendship is asking to continue Arkansas Code Annotated Sections 615-1005B5, 618-503A1CI, and 648-102 and 648-103. Standard 2I1 and the DESI rules governing student special needs funding, section 4.01.1. I had no legal concerns about this.
Okay. Any questions in regards to that? Okay.
Okay. For Board of Directors, I have Arkansas Code Annotated Sections 613, 611, 613, 12, 613, 615, 613, 616A, 613, 619C, 1A and D, 613, 621, 613, 630, 613, 631, 613, 634, 613, 635, 614, 101 et sec. And then also had the ADE proposed rules governing reimbursement by school districts for election expenses, and I had no concerns.
Any questions or comments regarding this requested waiver? Okay, let's continue.
Next up is class size and teaching load. They have Arkansas Code Annotated Section 617.812. Standards 1A5 and 1A6, and you will note 1A6 is new, and the DESI rules governing class size and teaching load, and I had no legal concerns.
Can you help me understand the new 1A6, please? What is that in reference to?
What ended up happening is 1A5 and 1A6 used to be a standard together, and they were split when the standards were redone in May of this year, and so since they were split apart, it's just, they already had 1A5, they're continuing that, and they needed to add 1A6 for teaching load.
I think Ms. Kaufman has a question or comment.
Yes, I'd like for them to explain to us about when they are going over class size and are they compensating for going over teaching load?
Virginia Perry. We have not, up until this point, compensated for having gone over the actual teaching load. When that happens, it is typically only for a short period of time. As an open enrollment charter school, students are constantly coming in or constantly enrolling. So we may have a class that might have a new student enroll, and that throws us over the ratio for a day or two until we can make some other arrangements.
Any other comments or questions? Ms. Kaufman, does this satisfy your question?
Yes, for now.
Thank you. Let's continue.
Okay. Next is superintendent. It is Arkansas Code Annotated Section 613.109, and then standards 4B1 and 4B2.
Questions or comments regarding this waiver request? Hearing none, let's continue.
Next one is principal, and it's Arkansas Code Annotated 617.302 and standard 4C2. And I had no concerns.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Seeing none, let's continue.
Next, I have gifted and talented, Arkansas Code Annotated Section 620.101 2208C6, and 642-109, Standard 2G1 in the DESI rules governing gifted and talented program approval standards, and I had no legal concerns.
We do have a question regarding this from Ms. Wright McMurray.
And just, looking at your response, and I tried to highlight I'm just trying to get a sense of, so how, are you offering gifted and talented services, or, and I
No,
saw your
ma'am.
statement about the population doesn't yet demand for AP courses, so can you further explain what you mean by
For
that?
AP courses, you're correct. We did indicate that there is not a demand for AP, but GT is a little different, and we don't have a fully functioning GT program as of yet. But what we do in lieu of that is we look at the top 20% of our students, or the top performing 20% of our students, and we actually have a little program that we call internally Aspire. And in the Aspire program, twice a week, we offer enrichment activities for those kids to keep them engaged and to also keep them motivated.
20% is measured by?
Based on their in-date MAP scores.
Any other questions on that one? Just to that point in regards to this Aspire program, do parents have the opportunity to lobby for their kids to be included in the
Certainly.
Aspire program?
Certainly.
Any other questions? I see a question from Ms. Kaufman.
Ms. Henry, would you reconcile that we don't offer, or we wait for the students to demand AP courses with your college prep model?
Well, the program that we have with CARC right now, the students are actually able to go to CARC in the afternoons and earn concurrent credit, and also work on a certificate program. And there are, I think, about 2 or 3 programs that CARC is actually offering our scholars. But as far as AP, advanced placement courses, are concerned, none of our students at this point have indicated that they are actually interested in pursuing those courses. Now, as we grow, because we are going to go back down and start with 9th grade and make our way back up, we do intend to put things in order so that we can have a fully functioning AP program, so that we can meet the demand as it warrants.
So this is a legal question. Do the codes here, does that meet the waiver requirement to offer AP as a part of the 38?
So are you asking, does this require, like, the 2 code sections are just for gifted and talented? I'm not 100% certain about the AP aspect of that. I would have to look at that.
Maybe we can queue that up for our curriculum team to address later.
Any other questions or comments regarding this waiver request? Okay, let's continue.
The next one I have is grading scale. Arkansas Code Annotated Section 615-902A and 615-902C2. And then they're also adding the DESI rules governing grading and course credits, Section 2-2.01, which the rules are new. They're a new addition. And I had no legal concerns.
Waiver request open for comment or questions? Ms. Kaufman?
Yes. Shasta, what does that actually waive regarding grading and course credit?
It waives, A is, if I'm not mistaken, A is just simply the actual grading scale. I'll have to look at C2. Let me grab my code book real fast.
Sure.
Mr. Walter, to the save here. C2 is the weighted credit allowed for advanced placement. C2 requires weighted credit, so they're waiving granting weighted credit. So A is for the actual grading scale. Right. Yes. So A is for the traditional grading scale, and then C2 is the weighted grade to advanced placement courses.
So as follow-up, what is their grading scale, Ms. Henry?
We're actually seeking this for K2 primarily, as far as the grading scale is concerned, because we want to offer something that we feel is a little bit more equitable for our students.
And what might that look like?
Well, it would be, we want to have more of like a ready or not ready type grading scale, as opposed to a numerical grading scale or an ABCD.
Follow-up, please. What would that look like when you enter into eSchool?
And that is a good question. That is a very good question.
So it's not something you're currently doing, it's something
No, it's not something that we're currently doing.
Can I clarify, are you looking at a standards-based
Yes,
grading
We are.
versus a letter grade?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ms. Kaufman, am I correct to assume that there may be some complication in regards to what they're proposing and how that might align with what the state's able to do in regards to eSchool?
No, I think if they're using a standards-based grading system, that's something that other schools have been challenged with as well.
Okay. All right. So it appears that if it's a standards-based assessment, that should be fine. Yeah.
Yeah, it's based on a checklist. So, like for example, with the kindergartners, they're going to have certain skills they're going to have to master. So, given A, B, or C doesn't really necessarily, give them a fair indication of how they're performing. So, having a whole bunch of checklists and saying it's ready or not ready, will be able to provide parents with more of a bigger picture of, hey, this is what I need to work with my child because he might not know how to write, right? Because what's happening now is that you have like ELA ELA reading, mathematics, science, and social studies. But do they have a component where it's like, can he write his name? Can he count? So on and so forth. So it's more of a comprehensive list so that they could either get intervention or get further assistance, whatever the case is.
Yeah.
So.
Thanks for the clarification. Unless there are any more questions, we'll continue.
Can we underscore something with that?
Sure.
Jerica Einhorn, Special Education. So one thing that I see, and this is what we've done in previous schools before too, is for SPED kids especially, it's really hard to give them a grade because it's so open-ended. And how do you give someone a grade for being able to complete this assignment when they're on this level and another kid is on another level? So really what we're looking at is not necessarily to take out all pieces of grades, but maybe just look at shifting a couple of things. So we would still have some kind of numerical value that we could likely put in an eSchool. However, it wouldn't look quite the same.
Thanks for that. Let's continue.
Next waiver topic is library media services and library media specialist. It's Arkansas Code annotated section 625, 103, and 104, and standards 4F1 and 4F2. And I had no legal concerns.
Questions or comments? Hearing none, let's continue. I'm sorry?
Yes, I was
sorry
wondering.
about that, Ms. Kaufman. Go ahead.
All right, I was just wondering if they have library media specialists, if they have libraries, and what the cause for the ratio waiver.
We do not have library media specialists. We do have libraries, and we also have a partnership with the Downtown Library in Pine Bluff to provide services there so that our students can go over there daily and interact with the library staff there and also utilize the facilities and have access to the books and things there. We also have school-based libraries and classroom libraries at all of the other campuses. But there are no library media specialists at this time, primarily due to the small nature of our schools.
Okay, let's continue.
The next set of waiver topics I have are all personnel policies, so I will run through each of them all together. I had no concerns over any of these, if that sounds good to the panel.
Yes.
Okay. It was the daily planning period, which is Arkansas Code annotated 617-114. The classified personnel policies, which are 617-203 et sec. Classified employee minimum salary, Arkansas Code annotated 617-2403. Personnel Policies Committee on Personnel Policies, it's Arkansas Code annotated 617-203, 617-205, and 617-209. Personnel Policies incorporated into a teacher's contract, 617-204. Personnel Policies on the Public School Employees Fair Hearing Act, 617-1701 et sec. Personnel Policies, 617-206, 617-208, 617-210, and 617-211. The Personnel Policies for the Teachers Fair Dismissal Act, 617-1501 et sec. And then we have the Personnel Policy website requirements. They have the DESI rules governing the documents posted on school district and educational cooperative websites, sections 5.01.4 and 6.01. I would also recommend to the charter to add 611-129, but I will let the charter confirm that they want to do that. Okay, perfect.
Trip Walter, Staff Attorney, APSRC. Just as with the school before, I just wanted to point out, this doesn't mean that there won't be posting of personnel policies on the website. It's just the personnel policies that are posted may look a little different from a district's website due to the waivers they hold.
Thank you for the clarification. Any questions or comments regarding personnel policy waivers? Ms. Kaufman?
Yes, on their application, they had rescinded 3 of those. Is that still, that rescission still in effect? It was 617-203, 617-204, and 617-205.
So it is my understanding that the only thing they are wishing to rescind is the classified employee minimum salary, the 617-2207, and then 617-807. Yes. They're wanting to keep 203 and 617-203 and 617-204 and 205.
Thank you.
Any questions, comments? Okay, let's continue.
Okay. The next waiver topic is teacher licensure. Arkansas Code annotated section 615-1004, 617-309, 617-401, 617-902, and 617-919. Standard 4D1 in the DESI rules governing educator licensure, section 7. I have no legal concerns.
Comments or questions from the panel regarding these waiver requests?
I just want to clarify one thing. You currently have 3 licensed teachers in the whole district, correct?
Oh, no, no, ma'am.
Okay, that's what's showing on LEA Insights. That's why I'm just confirming.
Let me ask you a question. Is it just showing information for the one school? And the only reason why I'm asking that is because we consolidated all of our LEAs. We had 3 different LEAs, and we consolidated all 3 under one. So I'm afraid that what might be showing is just the information for just that one primary LEA.
Okay, that would explain it.
Okay.
That's why I'm confirming, because when I saw that, I was alarmed.
Any other questions or comments? Ms.
So
Wright
just
and Ward.
for clarification, what is the percent of your licensed teachers in your schools?
The percent of licensed teachers that we have is more like 15% district-wide. But each teacher that we have is in a program. We were able to get a grant from the Center for Strategic Leadership to actually help them to pay for their certification. So every Arkansas qualified teacher that we currently have is enrolled in a program, either whether it be an MAT program or an alternative program of some sort to work on their certification.
Also, just to add, what we also did was we have a FIA, which is the Friendship Advancement for Teaching. And what we've done is that we're helping teachers who don't have the especially during the praxis, help them pass that praxis exam, because a lot of them finding difficulties in passing that. So what we're doing is that's an after our programs, and all of our teachers enrolled in trying to, those that are not certified, to go ahead and help them pass the praxis, because that's pretty much one of the hardest steps for them to get through to that certification process.
Any other questions or comments regarding this waiver? Okay, let's continue.
Next waiver topic I have is school's calendar, school start date, which is Arkansas Code annotated 610-106. And while I have no legal concerns, I see that Ms. Kaufman has a question.
Yes, I'd like to know about their start date and their review of the 4 calendar options.
So our start date is usually in line with the actual school district. For the last 4 years, we've always had a calendar that operated the same as the school district, because when we were opening our schools, being a slow growth model, some of our families had other students at other districts, because we started with K1, they might have had 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. So we try to mirror it with the school districts so that our families won't get impacted if one school is closed and then we're still open, so on and so forth. The reason why we're asking for this waiver is to ensure, as you know, learning loss. If there is, looking at everything, looking at data and how it drives instruction, we might need to open earlier, so that to ensure to provide our students, our families, with more instructions so that they can get to where they need to get. Because that, as you all know, COVID has just caused such an uproar with everything that's going on, and having this waiver just enables us that flexibility to go ahead and change our start date if need be. But at this moment in time, we haven't had any different start date. So for the last, this is the 5th year that we're in operation now, we haven't deviated from that, from the district calendar at all.
And if I can just kind of piggyback on that, we are looking at the coming year of actually having a bridge program, which would require that we do start a little bit earlier. And it's a program where we will work with those students that we know have a need for additional learning enhancements. And we wish to be able to start earlier this coming year to kind of bridge the gap for those students.
So as follow-up, if you want to do a summer program or a bridge program at the beginning of school and invite kids in, and that's not part of your 178 days, you are free to do that
Okay.
at any time. So that comes back to my question. If you're following a traditional start date with school districts, then are you on a traditional calendar model? And if so, why the request for the waiver?
Well, we do go a little bit longer. We have more than 170. Okay. It still applies?
Still applies.
Gotcha.
I mean, this is just giving us the opportunity, even though we haven't done it for the last 5 years, everything that we're going through now is pointing to that just in case scenario. Because at the end of the day, if we were to change, let's just say with everything that's going on, right, with the learning loss, with everything that COVID has wreaked havoc upon, what we're doing now is, I mean, we have an extended day, but, you know, with tutorial sessions and so on and so forth. But allowing us to have this flexibility, and again, it's the flexibility, like I said, we haven't used it, but giving us this flexibility because we're asking for a 10-year renewal. Giving this flexibility will allow us to have that program when we need it. And it looks like we will be needing it, but at the end of the day, we really need to look at the data, and that at the end of the day drives what we do. So that is why I'm asking, you know, that's why Friendship is asking for that, so that if that is the case, we don't want to come back in front of you and say, hey, can we go ahead and get this waiver because we need this at this moment in time. So being that we're in this renewal phase, it was just, you know, right of us to ask so that we can go ahead and implement it if we need to.
Joe Harris, I just want to say that we've been deliberate and thoughtful about our request for this waiver. I think everyone is aware there's a national issue of how do we recover from the COVID learning loss. This is our strategy to address it. We know that our kids need as much time in the classroom and in a learning environment. We will be creative in how we approach this, considering the time and needs of each individual child, but also the family. But we believe that our kids need an opportunity to make up for that time lost over the last 3 years.
Well, I'm not going to debate that because if that were the issue, then you would have considered it this year, or possibly this year and last year. But going forward, as I stated, it doesn't prevent you. The calendar start date for all students doesn't prevent you from having a boot camp or anything at the beginning of the school year for those kids that need additional time. It's when you're starting your entire school and moving your calendar. That's the issue. But we can move on.
Let's continue.
The next waiver topic I have is school counselor. Arkansas Code annotated section 618.2003A2A, and this is a new waiver request, but I went ahead and put it together with the standards that go with it, which is 4E1 and 4E2.
Comments or question regarding this waiver request?
Yes,
Walter?
do you have counselors and why the ratio?
We do not currently have school counselors. Again, due to the small nature of the school, we don't have counselors, but we do have a full-time social worker, and we have alliances or partnerships with other service providers in the different counties to help us with the needs of our students. So we have formed partnerships that have been very advantageous. We do see the need for counselors, and in years to come, we will add counselors, but with the numbers as they are right now, we just haven't added them at this point.
Mr. Walter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add a couple of pieces to this, if I may. First of all, what the code section waiver for is for licensure and licensure only. And secondly, in my discussions with Friendship, it's been made clear to me, and I wanted to assure or reassure the panel that even given the method of delivery they've talked about, they are still providing and committed to in the future providing the full comprehensive school counseling plan that the law requires.
Thank you.
Mr. Davis, let's please note that while the code may be for licensure, only 4E2 is a standard waiver of ratio.
Duly noted.
The next waiver topic is clock hours, and it's standard 1A2, and I had no legal concerns.
Comments or questions regarding this waiver request? Let's continue.
The next waiver topic was health and safety services. It's standard 2E1, and I had no legal concerns.
Questions or comments regarding this waiver request?
Yes, do they have a registered nurse or do they contract with a registered nurse?
We do have a registered nurse.
Then what's the purpose of the waiver?
Well, we have a registered nurse that services all of the students at this particular point in time. But we're looking for another nurse to actually have in Little Rock. So we would just like to have the ability to have that one nurse service both Jefferson and Pulaski County.
Shasta, can you explain that? Because that's what the standard says. The district shall have a health services program under the direction of a licensed registered nurse.
It's also because sometimes we might not have the ability to have a registered nurse on campus as well. So that is why we're asking for this waiver, so that it doesn't, get us into any issues. Even though we do have one Pine Bluff, but registered nurse also hard to get these days to employ. We've placed an ad out, especially for our campus, but it's not easy getting.
When was the last year you didn't have a registered nurse?
So in Little Rock, it was in 2000. It was about 2 years ago. No, last year. I think we had one at the beginning of last year, but then she left, and then again we utilized our Pine Bluff, and they went back. But yeah, that last year, beginning of the year, we didn't have one.
But as far as a district and LEA is concerned, from a combined standpoint, when was the last time you didn't have a registered nurse in either Little Rock
District,
or?
well, that's a funny question, because last year we were 3 separate districts. So the Pine Bluff district always had one, but the Little Rock district didn't. But now that we consolidated, it's, to your question, consolidation made all of our districts in one. We've had one, if that's the question you're asking.
So the district hasn't, if we looked at the total number of, whether it was 2 or 3 districts, there was always a certified nurse in a district since the inception. And so the question then becomes, as Ms. Kaufman posed, what's the need for the waiver? There hasn't been any indication for the
So,
need
like, for
the
example,
waiver.
last year, Little Rock being its own district before we consolidated, we didn't have a registered nurse on site.
I think the thing is we're just a little afraid that being that there's a national nurse shortage, that if we lose the one that we have in Pine Bluff, then we're out of compliance until we can find another one. So just because it's been so difficult historically for us to keep a nurse in all areas, we're just a little concerned about not having the waiver should we lose the one nurse that we have.
Any other questions or comments regarding this waiver? Yes, please.
So to that point, if you happen to lose the nurse that you currently have and you have the waiver, not saying this would happen, but how do we ensure that that person is then replaced because you have the waiver?
We've never stopped looking for additional nurses. We're always looking for nurses. There's always a running ad for a registered nurse. So we wouldn't stop because we consistently look for one. Also, we would hope that we would be able to at least hire an LPN or an LVN until we can actually get an RN.
Do you have any other nurses on any of your other campuses?
No, ma'am. We just have one nurse. But we are diligently searching for another.
And it's hard to find, really hard.
Any other additional questions or comments about this waiver?
I don't know, I have pause on that. If you only have one nurse now and you haven't been able to find one to replace it, and then if you're granted the waiver, then you're waived from the requirement to have it. So I'm just,
What's the accountability measure
Yeah, I'm
put in
just kind of-
place that then
yeah.
will?
I mean, we always try to get somebody, and like Ms. Virginia said, we have an ad all the time. So it's not like if we don't get it, we're gonna forget about it. I mean, we're still trying to look. It's just trying to get the candidates to come in and hire somebody. That's the difficult piece.
And there's a need. We know even if there were not a standard, we would still be looking for an RN for each campus because there's definitely a need, especially with the numbers growing as they are and the needs of the students that we serve. We have a self-contained classroom in Little Rock, so we definitely need to have a full-time nurse there. And we've been looking, and we continue to look, but we just haven't been able to secure one.
And I'm on the, my concern about this waiver is actually, it doesn't appear that history has proven that it's been needed. So on one hand, there's an accountability issue in helping the district continue to do that, looking and searching. On the other hand, that doesn't be a history of them not being able to secure a nurse. And so it hasn't been used, nor will they, they will continue to try to use it. So that's where I'm a little, torn on that.
Well, I think to add to that, if you have an LPN or someone with lesser credentials than a RN, I believe you're able to do that at the different sites. It's just making sure you have an RN that's overseeing the program, if I'm not mistaken. Chastity, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. The standard just requires that you have a registered nurse for the district that oversees everything. Yes.
Back to, so then are we saying that they do need to have a waiver, or they don't? Should they keep it, or should they rescind it? I'm trying to get a sense of where we're landing on that.
So they currently have a waiver of the two. So they've also requested Arkansas Code Annotated 618706, which is the school nurse code section, and they already have that waiver and are attempting, as they have stated up here, are attempting to fill those positions, and they do have one nurse, correct, that works for them right now. So it's really up to, if they think they can maintain that, it's them coming to ask you for that. So it's,
Is the school willing to rescind that waiver request?
It's
Trip Walter, APSRC. Want to choose my words carefully here. Obviously, the nursing program and the health program is a vital component of the school, and hopefully there's not been any thought by the panel that the requested waiver has been attempted to diminish that. And I would say, I mean, this is a commonly held waiver by charters, and to me, it's almost analogous to teacher licensure. I mean, if you're a charter school, and I think Friendship has indicated that much today, they're certainly going to search for an RN. And they've been fortunate lately to have an RN heading their program. But, and I realize the panel looks to how the waiver is being used now, but I think there's also a portion of waivers that are valuable if in the charter school's reasoned judgment, they think there may be a time when it would be useful, and it's not just being held to hold it. And I think that what I've shown you is that case now. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that there's a shortage of RNs out there. They've been fortunate not to run into that. But again, to reiterate, they would just like the ability, should they find themselves that in the future, perhaps for a short period of time, that they could get an LVN or some other classification of nurse to head up their nursing program. It's not intended to be a diminution of services in any means.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for that additional explanation. I appreciate it.
Please.
So just a question on that. If we don't rescind the waiver and then the nurse leaves and they're in violation, is there a cure period? I mean, what happens if that happens? Do they have 6 months to go find a new nurse, or is it just a violation they can't cure?
It would be a waived expectation for the length of the charter.
Okay.
so if you grant the waiver, then it will be waived for the length that the charter is asking to be renewed for, which I believe is 10 years.
Right.
Yes.
But if we don't grant the waiver And then they
Then-
lose their nurse, what happens?
Okay, if they were to lose a nurse, then they would flag in SFA, correct? They'd flag in SFA, and it is a cited, correct? It is a cite. They would receive a cite, which means, and Matthew can probably speak better to this than I can, so I will let Matthew talk on it.
So Matthew Sutherland, Standards and System Support Charter. Essentially what happens is they flag an SFA, and that would be a citation. Once that flags, then they have 15 days to clear that flag. If they don't get it cleared in 15 days, then we send them a letter. They have 15 more days to then clear that flag. If not, then they have to come before the state board. However, if we are working with them and they are, working towards clearing that up and they have a corrective action plan for that, then we can work with them to try and help clear that up. So there is some flexibility there. It's not just you're flagging and then we're going to hold you accountable. You have to go before the state board. It really is. There's a grace period, and then there's also the corrective action plan. So.
Thank you. Any other
But it
questions or
would be,
comments?
but it would be years.
No.
I'm satisfied with the answers, if we want to continue.
The other waiver topic, I said the health services school nurse, I included that with that one. It's just Arkansas Code Annotated 618-706, and it goes together with the health services. And since we've already discussed that, I think we can move forward if that's okay with the panel. The charter is wishing to rescind some waivers, so we'll go over those real fast. The Board of Directors reimbursement for training, it's Arkansas Code Annotated 613-629. The Superintendent Mentoring Program, Arkansas Code Annotated 617-427, and then the DESI rules governing Superintendent Mentoring Program. For principal, they were rescinding Standard 4C1. For salaries and compensation, Arkansas Code Annotated 617-807. Classified Employee Minimum Salary, Arkansas Code Annotated 617-2203. School Safety Policies and Procedures, Standard 6A2. Clock hours, which was Arkansas Code Annotated 615-216. Health and Safety Services, which is Standard 2E2. And then Student Services, a set of rules that have actually been repealed. They were seeking to rescind all of those waivers. Is that all right? And then they were asking to add some new waivers, which we already discussed adding Standard 1A6 when we discussed class size and teaching load. And then we also discussed the school counseling program, which is 618-2003A2A, and the grading scale. We discussed with grading scale earlier. The only one we have not discussed was Board of Directors. They were seeking to add 613-608, 613-611, 613-620A, 5A, little I-B, 613-624, and 613-628, and I had no legal concerns about any of their additional waivers.
Questions or comments from the panel regarding the waivers that they wish to rescind or the new waivers that have not been discussed? No? Okay. Hearing none, we will continue.
That concludes my legal review.
Thank you so much. I'd like to invite at this time Ms. Dory Summons up to discuss if there's any remaining issues regarding the internal review.
Dory Summons, Public School Charter Director. There are no additional remaining concerns. However, we do have some of our internal review committee members here in the audience and also via Zoom in case you have any questions.
Thank you so much. I'd like to move on now for panel broader discussions and/or conversations for the school. Questions or comments? We'll start to my right, and then we'll work our way around, and then we'll also make sure that we have the opportunity to include Ms. Kaufman. And so with that, Ms. Wright McMurray.
Thank you for your presentation and for the additional information you guys provided in response to our previous questions. My question goes back to school counseling, and looking at your explanation that you have under your waivers, you addressed how students would be supported with it looks like mental health and then also academic needs, but I didn't see where you address career guidance in that. And so can you speak to what supports are going to be provided to students if you're wanting to kind of modify how you
Certainly.
normally would offer those
Currently,
services?
we have 20 seniors, 20 12th graders on the Southeast campus in Pine Bluff. Most of the career guidance services are actually offered by the principal, and it's really a combination of the principal and the social worker. And due to the small nature of the small amount of students, that's been workable for us up until this point. We do have plans to eventually add a full-time counselor at the high school level once we have middle and high school there to actually be able to address the academic concerns.
Into some more specific examples of how that career guidance is delivered to students by
Sure.
the principal and
The
social
principal
worker?
has relationships with the local colleges. She actually just brought all of her seniors to Philander Smith, about 2 weeks ago? About 2 weeks ago, and all of the students received scholarship money should they choose to attend Philander Smith. Currently, over 50% of our students have already been accepted to a college. Our goal is to have 100% of those students before graduation be accepted to a college of their choice. And for the past 2 years, 100% of our students were accepted to a college of their choice, and that was primarily spearheaded by the work of the principal. She also has alliances with members of the armed forces, and she has them come in. She also has different career people come in and actually do presentations and work with the students to help them with career guidance and to motivate them.
Just what I would just recommend is that if given, after the decision of the panel, I would recommend that you guys reach out potentially to our division and work with our career readiness and work-based learning office. There are a lot of resources, tools that are available, I think, that could help to further expand and develop what you may be offering, because a lot of what you described, some of it is, but a lot of it's more college readiness and not really a focus on the broader career readiness focus. And I think that your students would potentially benefit from
Well,
that.
certainly.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Ms. Arancini?
Yes, I would just like to say, reach out to my department so that we can help you with your continued licensure. I know that you have everybody on a path, and I know you have talked to my office before, but
Yes, we have.
there is a lot that we give to the co-ops and to APSRC financial through my office that is for specifically to help with that tutoring for praxis. And so I would love for you to tap into that, so please do not hesitate to call.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think it's most definitely because I sit on that board as well, so I can provide our school with more of that. But yes.
But we give money to the co-ops for that specific reason.
We want it.
I know, so instead of you having to use your own, it's there, and you guys need to tap into it.
Thank you.
No questions for me, Mr. Bowman?
I don't have any questions, but I've got 2 comments. So I really appreciated the comparisons that you all made to the other school systems. That was helpful. We rarely get those comparisons, and I appreciate what you're showing us. Of course, it's good that you look better than the other schools, so yes. But then also, I also appreciated the fact that you were looking at the learning loss challenge and that you were developing plans for that. And so just well done on both those.
Anything from you, Ms. Newton?
Just a comment, I wanted to compliment you on a job well done. I remember when Covenant was blended into your system, and that was quite a challenge. And so I just want to say congratulations on the work that you're doing.
And Ms. Kaufman?
Thank you. I would like to echo Friendship's willingness to step up and take over when others may not have been successful, and certainly should be commended for that. Um, a couple of things. 10-year renewal makes me nervous for relatively a new charter that's taken on so many different issues. Not to say that you can't succeed with that, because if you can take on two failing charters and succeed, that certainly is a testament. So I'm kind of torn back and forth with that. What probably tears me is some of the waiver requests. I'm not a fan of in case we need it waivers. I like to know exactly what we're doing. So the calendar gives me pause, and of course, the nurse gives me pause because once we waive it, then for up to 10 years, you may not have a nurse and we would never know. Our system would not alert us to that. So those issues, not having a library media specialist even within the district, concerns me. And then, of course, I like the idea that you have your teachers on a pathway. 15% licensed, I think sounds very low, but certainly for a new charter, that kind of makes sense. So those are just my ponderings.
If I may ask a question, Ms. Kaufman, and staff, in regards to the time frame, what has historically been the time frame for districts that are currently in the same year of operation that they are in? Has there been a stair step from, 5 years for 2 years and then 10, or 3 year, 5 year, 10, or what has that history been like?
So I don't think there's anything set in stone. I mean, we always take the first initial application, and it's only approved for 5 years. Back when Lisa got their 13 years, they'd certainly been in place for some time and proven themselves. We've recently gave a little bit more extended time on some of these that have been in place for some time. I just think that it's not that we can't bring them back in. It's just challenging to the parents and families if you bring them back in and start making adjustments. So it's better to be more solid in our thinking moving forward, I think.
Thank you for that.
Can I also add, just
Yes.
we're asking for the 10 years also because, as you know, we are a slow growth model, right? So giving us a short amount of time doesn't give us the time to prove to you all what we're doing. As you already know, for the last few years, we've taken on the hardest to serve, especially with the company keeper. That had to happen within 24-hour time period, and then the Southeast. And we've consistently showed you all that, we are performing, we're doing the best of our abilities. And especially with the downtown Pine Bluff that we just opened, having that longer time period will allow us to do what we need to do to ensure success for our students at definitely down in Pine Bluff as well as Little Rock. And that's what I want to say with that one.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, I think we are ready for a motion. Would someone on the panel like to make a motion, please?
Move to approve Friendship Acquire renewal for 10 years.
There's been a motion and a second to approve the charter renewal. All those in favor do so by stating aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, motion passes. Charter panel members, I ask that you record your vote on the voting tally sheets. Congratulations to Friendship Aspire Academies of Arkansas. A quick minute here to record the tallies, and then we will call out or ask for verbal reading of the tallies. go ahead and start. We will start with, on my far left, Ms. Newton.
I was going to prove based on historical accomplishments and improving educational outcomes for children.
Thank you. Mr. Baldwin.
Yes, I vote for the motion, to approve the motion, and believe Friendship Aspire will continue to provide quality education for your students.
And myself, Mr. Davis, based upon recent history of success and the ability of district to provide proven positive impact in hard-to-serve communities in Arkansas. Ms. Sarancini?
I support the continued renewal of Friendship Aspire Academies. Looking forward to seeing what the future holds for the students of Arkansas that attend Friendship, awaiting the first students and academic achievement.
And Ms. Wright McMurray?
Voted for, I support the motion. The outcomes Friendship has accomplished after taking over failing schools and outperforming similar schools is impressive. I encourage them to directly work with the Division of Elementary Secondary Education, Office of School Counseling, and the Division of Technical Education, Office of Career Readiness and Work-Based Learning to further develop and strengthen their career guidance and development programs.
And Ms. Kaufman?
I voted for the renewal for 10 years so that the charter will have time to demonstrate their progress as a slow growth charter. And I appreciate them taking over those 2 charters, giving those kids a chance.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. What about a 5-minute break? Just a bathroom. 5-minute break, and then we'll start in 5 minutes.
He sits on PLSB board.
I felt better.
start in 2 minutes. Absolutely.
You're gonna see us 2 days in a row, aren't you? Did you order me something tomorrow too? You did well. Okay. Yeah, we called and what I, Derek is the best. He is the best. You are awesome.
Okay, so the answer is yes. Okay, that's what I heard. I'll try to read faster. No, I'm not asking you to adjust anything. I just didn't know if that was a necessity. I assumed that it was, considering it's being done. Yeah, so. We'll wait for this red line, and then we will begin. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you all for being respectful of the time and getting back so we can go ahead and start. We are going to move on now to KIPP Delta Public Schools. If I could have everyone who may be speaking on behalf of KIPP Delta to stand. Raise your right hand. Do you swear to affirm that the testimony that you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you. Please be seated. Just a reminder of the process for those who may not have been with us earlier. The applicant will have 20 minutes for a presentation. If there is any sort of opposition to the presentation, they will also be provided 20 minutes. The applicant will then have 5 minutes to respond. Public comment for individuals who may be interested is 3 minutes, and then we will move to a legal review of the waivers. With that being the case, I would like to turn it over to KIPP Delta for a 20-minute presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Megan Stitzinger, and I have the honor of serving as KIPP Delta Public Schools Executive Director. See if I can get this.
Why don't we try on the side? Is there a button on the side? We're having
Is it
a
on this?
little trouble with the clicker. All right, let's give it a try. No, we still. There we go.
There we go. Great.
All right.
Awesome.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you. So in 2002, KIPP Delta opened the door to 65 fifth grade students in Helena, Arkansas. Since then, our district has grown to over a total of 5 schools in Helena and Blytheville, Arkansas. Our mission is to partner with families and communities to create joyful, academically excellent schools that prepare students with the skills and confidence to pursue the paths they choose, college, career, and beyond, so they can lead fulfilling lives and build a more just world. As you may know, KIPP Delta is part of a national network of 250 schools, 6,000 educators, and 140,000 alumni. In Arkansas, we currently serve over 1,200 pre-K through 12th grade students, support an alumni network of over 550 alumni, and provide professional development and support to 84 teachers. Over the last year, our enrollment has increased by over 13%. We believe that every student that walks through the doors of our schools bear unique gifts, talent, perspective, drive, and inspiration. At KIPP Delta, we support every student to see those gifts, then build the skills and confidence they need to pursue their highest aspirations. We do this through high expectations of all students, helping foster social and emotional skills essential for student success and well-being, provide safe, structured, and nurturing learning environments, recruiting and retaining highly effective teachers and leaders, and supporting alumni to discover what a fulfilling life means to them and help them break through any barriers that stand in their way of achieving it.
There's no sound of Deb Kaufman.
Can we try again? Ms. Kaufman, are you able to hear us now?
Yes, we're fine.
She says yes.
Great.
Sorry about that.
No
Thank you.
problem. While there is a tremendous amount of work that needs to be done to continue to strengthen our academic program, our staff's hard work, persistence, and love for our students is demonstrated by the recent academic awards our district received. Earlier this year, KIPP Delta Elementary Literacy Academy, KIPP Delta College Prep, KIPP Delta Collegiate, and KIPP Blytheville Collegiate were recognized by the Office for Education Policy at the University of Arkansas as schools where students demonstrated high growth on ACT Aspire overall, in math, as well as ELA content areas for the 2021 to 22 school year. Additionally, KIPP Delta College Prep, our middle school in Helena, Arkansas, was designated as a school on the move by DESE for demonstrating improvement on recent state and federal accountability reports. I think I'm having problems with my clicker again.
Try it now.
There we go. In addition to our district's recent academic achievements, we are incredibly proud of our KIPP Forward program. KIPPsters set a high bar for their futures. For some, that means being the first in their family to graduate from college or buy a home. For others, it means serving our country or opening a business. KIPP Delta works to ensure that each student receives at least one college acceptance and has the skills and confidence to pursue any path that leads to their highest aspirations. Our counselors support students to choose and prepare for a right fit college or education path and a meaningful career. The program culminates KIPP Delta's efforts to support students for a minimum of 16 years, which includes preparing students for their education and career paths that align with their goals and sense of purpose. As a result of the work of our KIPP Forward team, 100% of KIPP Delta's graduating classes of 2017 through 2022 were accepted into a post-secondary educational institution. I'm also thrilled to share that nearly 8% of our current staff members are graduates of our high schools. This is a testament to not only the work our schools to prepare our students for college, career, and beyond, but also the strength of relationships among our team and family members. It demonstrates the impact of KIPP Delta in our communities now and beyond. As a result of the work of the KIPP Forward team, the gap between the KIPP Delta and the national average for post-secondary graduation rate has narrowed in the last 2 years. More intensive support, an increase in the number of alumni counselors, as well as stronger systems to track and support student success has led to this increase. Our KIPP Forward program is what makes us different from our neighboring districts and schools. Currently, our KIPP Forward advisors provide support not only to our KIPPsters, but also to cross-county high school students. In the coming years, we hope to expand this partnership beyond cross-county high so that all students in our communities receive support to and through college and beyond. As we work to implement our academic vision, we know that high-quality teachers play an important role in the success of our students. At KIPP Delta, we believe that teachers who are supported are teachers who stay. Retention efforts include proactively seeking feedback from instructional staff, competitive salary and benefits, retention bonuses, intensive and intentional professional development, and a tuition reimbursement program for staff members pursuing degrees and licensure in hard-to-staff areas, including math, science, and special education. As a result of our efforts, KIPP Delta has seen an increase in teacher retention over the last 5 years. From the 2021 to the 21-22 school year, our retention rate has increased by 5%. In addition to teacher retention, we are placing an increased focus on building a program that supports instructional assistants and others in our organization with receiving their degrees and completing a path toward licensure. In fact, this month, we will have 3 instructional assistants who will receive their bachelor's degree, and we are working alongside them to ensure that they are able to successfully become licensed teachers at KIPP Delta Public Schools. In 2022, student attrition trended lower than the last 5 years, which has resulted in the strongest student retention rate KIPP Delta has seen since we opened our doors in 2002. We believe that the increase in the student retention rate is directly related to strengthening our academic program, increasing partnerships with parents through engagement activities, including but not limited to math and literacy nights, data nights for families, as well as our KIPP Forward program. KIPP Delta's financial stability has continued to improve year after year and is projected to remain steady after ESSER funding has ended. In FY22, KIPP Delta experienced a decline in the days of cash on hand. This was due to a decrease in fundraising as a result of the pandemic and a vacancy of the Director of Development and Communications position. In recent months, we have solidified a plan to ensure that we were able to increase the days of cash on hand year after year and improve our fundraising efforts. At the completion of the FY21 audit, there were 4 immaterial findings. Despite this, KIPP Delta is still considered low risk, and the finance team is putting procedures in place to prevent this in future years. Finally, as previously discussed with some members of ADE, KIPP Delta is currently working to pay down $12 million in loans. These loans were not for operating expenses. The loans are related to capital expenditures to make up for the lack of facility funding for charter schools. We've had clean audits during the entire construction and renovation periods. All of the loans and lines of credit were approved by the board, ADE, and our auditors. So as we all know, COVID has had a tremendous impact on learning loss, as well as the socio-emotional well-being of our students. However, we will not allow the impact of COVID to impede our efforts to provide joyful, academically excellent schools that provide students with the skills and confidence they need to pursue the paths they choose. Rather, we are using it as fuel to continue to get better for our students, families, staff, and communities. As we continue to push to get better for our students, we acknowledge that our academic performance and report card grades are not where they need to be. While the overall scores are not satisfactory, KIPP Delta ESSA index scores for our elementary schools remain steady in the 2022 school year. Our school's ESSA index scores were 2 to 4% points higher when compared to our neighboring elementary schools in Helena and Blytheville. Our ESSA index scores for our middle and high schools remain steady in Blytheville and increased by over 4 points at the KIPP Delta College Prep and 2 points at KIPP Delta Collegiate, our middle and high schools in Helena. Overall, KIPP Delta Public Schools demonstrated high proficiency across all subject areas compared to neighboring districts with ACT Aspire in the 2021-22 school year. KIPP Delta outperformed neighboring districts in 78% of the tested areas. NWEA math assessment results remained steady during the 2017 to 2019 school years. However, similar to school districts across the state and nation, KIPP Delta's performance dropped in 2021. From 2021 to 2022, the percentage of 3rd through 9th grade students identified as proficient in math by the NWEA MAP assessment increased by an average of 5 percentage points. The increase is attributed to more robust and intensive professional development opportunities for our instructional staff, improved teacher retention, and other academic supports, including Tier 1 and Tier 2 interventions. From 2021 through 2022, the percentage of 3rd through 9th grade students identified as proficient in English language arts by NWEA math assessment increased by an average of 5 percentage points. Similar to our math scores, this increase is attributed to more robust, intensive, and intentional professional development opportunities, teacher retention, and other academic supports. In order to help us get where we need to be for our students, we are actively working to improve our performance through the implementation of strategic goals, as well as the strategic and intentional use of ESSER funds. KIPP Delta was awarded over $25 million in ESSER funds. To date, we have spent or obligated $10 million. ESSER 1 funds were spent down, and we are projected to spend down ESSER 2 and ARP ESSER funds by the deadlines. To do this, we'll focus spending in the 4 following strategic areas. The first is what we're calling Raise the Floor, which is creating safe and healthy learning environments through COVID prevention and mitigation strategies, and projects including but not limited to the purpose of PPE, school facility improvements and repair, and transportation upgrades. The second is what we're naming Enrich to Invest, which is to accelerate learning and positively impact student outcomes by addressing learning inequities, mental health and resource support for students, and increasing family engagement opportunities. The third bucket is what we're calling Grow Your Own, which is supporting educator and staff stability through recruitment and retention and professional development initiatives. And finally, the fourth bucket is One Band, One Sound, which is addressing learning loss through district-wide instructional approaches, including but not limited to the alignment of high quality and rigorous K-12 curriculum and evidence-based intervention and tutoring programs. We have plans and designated projects to spend all remaining ESSER funds by the September 2023 deadline and the September 2024 deadline. Spending correlates to the 4 strategic priorities that are outlined in this, the slide that's presented. As a data-driven organization, KIPP Delta reviewed data from the previous 4 years and implemented new, more robust services and support in the 22-23 school year to increase academic achievement, growth, and college and career readiness. KIPP Delta has started the year by ensuring that we have high-quality instructional materials for all content areas and have provided extensive training on the curriculum during the summer, where we increase professional development from 2 weeks to 3 weeks during the summer. Additionally, as part of this work, KIPP Delta has increased partnerships with external folks, including but not limited to TNTP, Relay, APSRC, and our local co-ops. Teachers are receiving support through weekly coaching sessions, feedback sessions, and teachbacks. Examples of professional development are included on this slide. Meeting the needs of all students is a priority, and we have implemented intervention times for all grade levels and identified them at the middle school as strategic reading class and the high school as a critical reading class. Additionally, we have aligned our performance rubric with the state using the test rubric for teachers and leads for our school leaders, and provided training as part of our summer professional development. After each professional development, we survey instructional staff to gauge their comprehension or knowledge after the presented material to ensure that we are meeting their needs. As we look forward to the next 5 years, we have identified the following goals that are also outlined in our application. The first is academic growth, where we seek to achieve year-over-year growth on state-required end-of-year assessments in literacy and math. The second is to increase our graduation rate year over year. The third is that 100% of our graduating seniors have a post-secondary college or career plan that includes outline of coursework for a 2-year or 4-year degree program, technical or vocational school, military, or specific opportunities tied to pre-identified career paths. And the fourth and final goal is to increase student enrollment and retention year over year to provide further support for students in our rural communities. We know that our academic results are not where they need to be, which is why we are asking for a 5-year renewal as a part of accountability measure. Thank you for your consideration of our charter renewal application and for providing us with the opportunity to share more about our initiatives to increase academic achievement and the great work happening in our classrooms and communities.
Thank you for that. There's an additional 20 minutes that is reserved for opposition. I don't believe that there's anyone in opposition to the charter, so we will continue. There is 3 minutes reserved for public comment if necessary. I don't believe that we have anyone here in regards to public comment. Therefore, we will move to our favorite portion of the program, legal review.
All right. Well, we're going to kick it off with school calendar, school start date, which I'm sure will have a question. It is Arkansas Code Annotated 610-106A.
Yes. I have a standard question.
Please go ahead, Ms. Kaufman.
Yes, if they would speak to why they need this waiver.
So historically, KIPP Delta has extended our school year by 5 days at the start of the school year and at the end of the school year to address any learning loss that may have occurred over the summer.
Thank you for that. Ms. Kaufman, any other questions regarding?
Yeah, just, so you start 5 days early for all students and go 5 days longer at the end.
Correct. Historically, that is what we have done. That is accurate.
Any other questions or comments regarding this first waiver request? Hearing none, we'll continue.
The second waiver topic is teacher licensure. Arkansas Code Annotated Section 615-1004 at SEC, 617-309, 617-401, 617-418, 617-902, 617-908, 617-919, Standard 4D1, and the Educator Rules Governing Educator Licensure, Section 7. There were no legal concerns.
Questions regarding this waiver request?
It's not a question, but I'm commending you because you actually know what AQT means and you address it. Thank you.
I could not say that. I could not let it go because my staff came back and that's brownie points to you guys.
Thank you for that.
Hearing none, we'll continue.
All right. Next waiver topic is principal. Arkansas Code Annotated Section 617-302A and Standard 4C2. There were no legal concerns.
Questions or comments regarding this waiver request? Let's continue.
Okay. The next set is personnel policies. I had no legal concerns about any of these, so I'm just going to run straight through them.
Absolutely.
All right. Committee on Personnel Policies, 617-203. Personnel Policies Leave, 617-1304. Personnel Policies Employment of Licensed Personnel, 617-301A and 301B. The Teacher Fair Dismissal Act, 617-1501 ETSEC. The Public School Employee Fair Hearing Act, 617-1701 ETSEC. The Classified Employees Paid Break, 617-2205. I had no concerns over any of those.
Questions regarding any of the waivers that have been mentioned? Hearing none, we will continue.
All right, the next waiver topic is gifted and talented. Arkansas Code Annotated Section 620-2208C6 and 642-101 at SEC. Standard 2G1 and the DESE rules governing gifted and talented program approval standards. That's right. I apologize. So this one is actually being rescinded. Yay.
And we'd be happy to speak more to what our GT program will look like next year.
Please, I'd love to hear that, but when we get to the general questions.
And the next one on here, which was class size and teaching load, KIP is actually rescinding that one as well. So next one is Board of Directors. It's a long line, so I'll just go through them. Arkansas Code annotated sections 613, 608, 613, 611, 613, 615, 613, 616, 613, 617, 613, 618, 613, 619, A1 and C1A, 613, 620, 613, 621, 613, 622, 613, 630, 613, 631, 613, 632, 613, 634, 613, 635, and 614, 101 et sec. There were no legal concerns.
Questions or comments regarding this waiver? Let's continue.
Next waiver topic was superintendent, Arkansas Code annotated 613-109 and standard 2B2. I had no legal concerns.
Questions or concerns there? Seeing none, continue.
Next waiver topic, alternative learning environment, Arkansas Code annotated section 615-1005B5, 618-503A1CI, 648-102, and 648-103, standard 2I1, and the DESE rules governing student special needs funding, section 4. No legal concerns.
Comments or questions regarding Ms. Kaufman?
Yes, I was wondering if the charter would speak to the number of in-school suspensions, out-of-school suspensions, and expulsions.
Sure. Our number of in-school suspensions across the district for last school year was about 22%. That was across all of our 5 schools. That's out-of-school suspensions. We don't do in-school suspensions. We have other supportive measures that we take to ensure that our students are successful and not removed from the learning environment. And then our expulsion rate was, I believe, around 5% last school year.
Any follow-up questions or concerns there? Seeing none, we'll continue.
The next waiver topic is school counselor, Arkansas Code annotated section 618-2003A2A and standard 4E1. There were no legal concerns.
Ms. Kaufman?
Yes. Do you employ a counselor?
So all of our 5 schools have a licensed social worker or counselor, but they are not all licensed school counselors, but they do have either a social worker counseling degree, so they're able to provide services to our students both in school and then also help provide wraparound services as well.
And so my follow-up question is, how does that play into that 22% of out-of-school suspension?
Sure. Yeah, that's a really great question. So this is actually the first year that we have had school counselors, or what we call our student success and support coordinators, at all of our 5 campuses. And the rationale for that was, again, to make sure that all of our students receive those socio-emotional supports that we know that our student success and support coordinators can provide. So our hope is that with having one at each of our 5 campuses, we're able to see that in out-of-school suspension and expulsion rate decrease year over year.
Any other questions? Let's continue.
The next 2 waiver topics are library media specialist and library media services. I'm going to put them together. It's Arkansas Code annotated 625-104 and 625-103, and it's standards 2D1 and 4F1 and 4F2. I had no legal concerns over these.
No legal concerns. Any concerns by panel members? Ms. Kaufman?
So when I visited KIP, I saw a fabulous library. And so would you speak to your licensure ratio and the sufficient resources?
Sure. I'm actually going to introduce Dr. Francine Spickheimer, who is our Managing Director of Academics. So she leads academics for KIP Delta.
Sure. Can you repeat the question, Deborah?
Yes, I said that when I was on site, I saw a fabulous library. So I was wondering why you needed the licensure waiver, the ratio waiver, and the sufficient resources waiver.
Sure. So right now, we only have one certified library media specialist for the entire region. So that is one of our reasons. However, we do have all of our teachers trained well in how to use our different media services and how they can help students. We have a portal that students can access books, ebooks, online books. We have classroom libraries. They also have access to encyclopedias and other type of research materials through that portal. But at this time, the only library media specialist we have is at that one campus. Go ahead. I saw her shaking
Thank you.
her. Okay.
I think you secretly wanted to hear Ms. Kaufman say fabulous library.
Yeah. I did, because it is beautiful.
We'll continue.
The next waiver topic I have is the Achievement Gap Task Force. It's Arkansas Code annotated 615-1603, and I had no legal concerns.
Can someone speak to that for me, please? I'm interested in just learning a little bit more there.
Sure. So we work really closely with both our parents and families, along with our board of directors and other members of the community, to make sure that we have a really deep understanding of both community needs and then also wants. And that's through just one-on-one conversations, right? It's through focus groups and then also through surveys that are released on a quarterly basis, just to, again, better understand what those needs of support are for not just our students, but also our communities as well.
Any questions or comments regarding this waiver request? Okay, hearing none, we will continue.
Next waiver topic is the grading scale, Arkansas Code annotated section 615-1902A, and the DESI rules governing grading and course credits, section 2-2.01.
Comments or questions? Ms. Kaufman?
Yes, if the charter would speak to what their grading scale plan is.
So I think it's mentioned in our waiver request, but this is one that we planned to, in January, we plan to present in front of the board the opportunity for us to align our grading scale with Arkansas, so that we would no longer need this waiver after this current school year.
So are you requesting to rescind it?
Yes, we are requesting to rescind it.
Wait. Go ahead.
Okay.
It'd be covered through the end of the school year.
Okay, it would be covered through the end of the school year? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Then we would rescind it for this charter renewal.
And just, I want to make, you feel good about the
Yes, I
board
do feel good.
accepting? Okay.
Yes, and I'd be happy to explain a little bit more about the rationale as to why we're also making that adjustment. I think that that's when you look at our graduation rates too. We've seen a decrease over time, and a lot of that is as our student recruitment numbers increase. We have students that are coming to us from other high schools and are essentially having to play catch up, and the credits that are required, right, which then prevents them from graduating within 4 years. So making sure that our grading scale is in alignment with Arkansas will help set our students up for success.
Let's continue.
Those are all of the continuing waivers. This charter is requesting no new waivers, and now I have a long list of waivers that they are rescinding. Starting with the grading scale, we're going to be rescinding Arkansas Code annotated 615-902A. They're also rescinding the 9 through 12 curriculum standard 1-A.1.3. They're rescinding the 5 through 8 curriculum Arkansas history standard 1-A.1.2.8. Curriculum Standard 1-A.3, the Comprehensive School Counseling Services Plan, which was Standard 2-C.1 and 2-C.2. The Superintendent, Arkansas Code annotated 613-427, Standard 4B1, and the DESI rules governing Superintendent Mentoring Program. the Health and Safety Services Standards 2E1 and 2E2, the Principal Standard 4C1, the School Counselor Standard 4E2, the Professional Development Standard 4G1, the School Safety Standard of 6A2, the Minimum Teacher Compensation Schedule, which was Arkansas Code Annotated 617-2403, the Duty-Free Lunch Period, which is Arkansas Code Annotated 617-111, the Daily Planning Period, Arkansas Code Annotated 617-114, the Personnel Policy Requirement 617-201C2, the Personnel Policies Classified Employment Minimum Salary Act 617-2203, the Grading Scale Teacher Training Documentation 615-902C2, and then we had class size and teaching load, which is standard 1A5 and 1A6, and the rules governing class size and teaching load, and then GT, gifted and talented, which was 642-101 ETSEC 620-2208C6, standard 2G1, and the rules governing gifted and talented program approval standards. They're rescinding all of those waivers. And that concludes my legal review.
Thank you for that. Any questions from the panel in regards to the waivers that are being rescinded?
Mr. Davis, I don't have a question, but I have a comment.
Please.
I just want to say to Kip how thoughtful that is and how much I appreciate that forward thinking about a school that's been in place for a while and really analyzing the waivers that you need and rescinding the waivers that you're not using so that we have an accurate measurement. I just applaud that.
Any other questions or comments there? Yes.
One is a suggestion. I'm just looking at one of your comments. I can't quite remember under ALE services, and so just the description you provided in your comment, I immediately thought about opportunities for you to look at maybe doing a jobs for Arkansas Graduates Program, because a lot of what is outlined in that program would align nicely with some of the things you have identified as challenges. So I would recommend you reach out to our office to kind of look at that. And then also just looking at your school counseling, again, like with the other group, just want to make sure that you're fully utilizing all the resources that are out there for you. And so having an opportunity to reach out to one of our offices, either on secondary education side or CTE side, to make sure that, of course, we want to make sure that the mental health and academic pieces are covered, but we know that career readiness is a huge part of what makes students to be successful as well. And so just making sure that that is covered. And then just one last thing, if you could just speak to how you guys do offer CTE in your schools. I noticed that you guys have a partnership with post-secondary, but what are the offerings that students can engage in through your campus?
Actually, before you ask that question, I'm going to hold it just for a second because I want to see if there's any other from the Summons internal review, if there are anything that they may have identified that we may want to be aware of, and then we can move to the general conversation and comments. So.
Doherty Summons, Public Charter School Director. There are no remaining concerns. We do have members of the Internal Review Committee here in the audience and also BSO.
Thank you so much.
In case you have any questions.
Thank you so much. With that, would you mind addressing the question at hand?
So, and I think this is somewhere in our application that we do have partnerships with Phillips County Community College and then Arkansas Northeastern College as well, where our students take concurrent courses and have the opportunity to complete those CTE credits. But we also have in-house opportunities for students, and we're kind of working to gradually increase the number of those opportunities. Right now, they're either through Virtual Arkansas or through one or two teachers that are teaching them on our campuses, specifically on our campuses in Blytheville. But Dr. Francine Swickheimer, who joined our team back in July, or returned to our team, we've actually had a bit more intensive conversations about what our CTE program can look like in the future, because it is very much aligned with our Kit Forward program, right, focusing on not just college, but also career and beyond.
And I appreciate the additional details on that. Again, encourage you to reach out to our division, because we highly recommend and encourage and appreciate when our secondary do partner with post-secondary, but we realize that that starts on the secondary campus with that foundational course. And we just want to make sure that that is truly in place so that they have a strong continuum. So I can encourage you to reach out to our staff so they can support you in those efforts.
Absolutely, thank you.
Any other general questions or comments folks may have? I do have a couple, if you wouldn't mind. In looking at, obviously a big proponent of, may not be obvious, actually a big proponent of growth. And it appears that one school, right, in Blytheville, there, all the other schools have shown some progress in regards to growth for students except this one institution. Can you talk a little bit about that and what sort of correction is happening there?
Sure, and just to make sure that we're aligned, are you speaking of Blytheville College Prep, our
I am.
elementary school
I
in
am.
Blytheville? Sure, I'll have Dr. Francine Spickheimer speak a little bit more about that.
Sure. So at that school, we have this year put in place some very specific learning opportunities for our teachers. They are getting coaching every week. We have partnered with TNTP, and they are coming in and coaching the teachers once a month, and then they coach them virtually on the other weeks. They're also coming in with their coaches and providing them in-classroom support and doing check-ins with them on the weeks that they're not available. We're really focusing in on our novice teachers, because we know that those are the ones who need the greatest support at this time. So that's one of the ways that we're really leaning in to help support that school.
That's helpful. And can someone speak to attendance and how attendance is being addressed? I know that there's been a little bit of an issue in regards to attendance, and I'm not sure if that's the case in neighboring districts, but it's something that I've been made aware of. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So as far as attendance, I do meet with school leaders every week, and we go over their attendance by grade level, and we look for trends in regards to that. And the expectation then is if a student misses more than 5 days, that a letter is going home to the parents. The teachers reach out to them after 3 days if they have missed. So we are trying to be proactive this year and making sure that we're communicating with the families on a regular basis so that we can improve that attendance.
And if I could add as well, I think we're also working, I mentioned our student success and support coordinators earlier, so we're beginning to leverage them more, right, to help establish those connections or relationships with our families and students, right, to help uncover and address any barriers that may be preventing students from attending school. And then we are also, I think last year we struggled pretty mightily with pivoting from hybrid learning to in-person learning, right? So what we're doing is trying our very best to get our families back into our buildings by hosting math and literacy nights, data nights, which is like report card nights, but kind of digging even deeper. So working really to strengthen our relationships with not just our students, but also with our families so that it is more of a partnership and we can increase those attendance rates over time.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Sure, Mr. Baldwin.
Yes, thank you. So I like the way that you all addressed your letter grades. You just came out and talked to us about them. You have a clear plan to improve those grades, and I like the fact that you started with teacher training, helping the teachers advance their training, and then also focus on literacy and math. I thought that was really good. And then your 5-year renewal time frame, I think is appropriate, and I'm glad that you all chose that, and I think that's the right thing to do. And then to go back to Ms. Kaufman's comments about the giving up some of the waivers, I would really like to understand your thinking behind that, because that's unusual. Most schools don't do that. So how did you all decide to do that?
Sure. So, in full transparency, there are a number of waivers that we didn't realize that we had, and so we were already doing some of those things, right? And so, when looking through our list of waivers, we realized we were doing this, therefore, we do not need it. We were also thinking through ultimately what's best for kids, right? Which was one of our reasons for rescinding the gifted and talented waiver. Dr. Spookheimer and her team are really developing a strong plan to implement a gifted and talented program in our schools next year. So, like I said, just what's in the best interest of our students, and those are really kind of the two determining factors on how we decided what we would rescind. I think we've also realized through conversations that we can continue to be innovative and push the envelope and do the best for kids, while also still aligning to the standards for the state.
Any other questions or comments from panel members?
I'm sending a big old ditto and a big heart.
Thank you, Deb.
I think we're ready for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve as presented.
A second.
Has been seconded. Any conversation? No conversation. We'll move to a vote. Those in favor, please do so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No opposition. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We will move to a minute or two of jotting down and recording our votes on the voting sheets. Why don't we start to my right? Ms. Wright McMurray, would you like to indicate how you voted and why you voted that way?
I voted for the motion, and I wrote that I support the motion. KIPP is committed to improving outcomes for their students. They have developed a very thoughtful and intentional plan for improvement of their outcomes. I encourage them to work directly with our agency to pursue opportunities to improve their career readiness programs, inclusive of consideration of implementing a JAG program.
Ms. Sarantini?
I commend Kip Delta to continue to improve academic success. I support the approval of Kip Delta's renewal for 5 years. Looking forward to seeing the impact on student success as Kip continues to address teacher support and retention.
I voted for based on a history of success of enrolling and supporting students to and through college and/or career, and KIPP Delta's thoughtful approach to addressing concerns. I support the 5-year charter renewal. Mr. Baldwin.
Yes, and I voted for because of your direct approach to student learning and improving the skills of students, and also for the 5-year charter request.
Ms. Newton.
Voted for motion with the explanation Kip Delta continues to implement innovative educational strategies.
And Ms. Kaufman. I think you're still on mute, Ms. Kaufman.
Thank you. I voted for a 5-year renewal. I thought it was a thoughtful application and a thoughtful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will take another 5-minute break. Let's make it 10 minutes. We'll take a quick 10-minute break. That will allow folks to stretch a little bit. So if we could, at 2:50, if we can return to our seats for the final presentation and vote of the day. just the starters right here. It's just the starters. We didn't bring the new team. It's just the traveling team right here. We don't sit on the front row, we do that. Mr. Ball, you doing all right? Copy here. I told him I made a few minor changes. We'll give one more minute, then we'll begin. Okay, we'll get started with our final proposal for charter renewal of the day, Premier High Schools of Arkansas. Just to recap how the process will take place, there will be a 20-minute presentation by the applicant. If there is any opposition, there's a 20-minute opportunity for opposition to the applicant or to the application. If so, the applicant will have 5 minutes to address any of the concerns provided by the opposition. We will then move to public comments, 3 minutes each if necessary. and then we will get into a legal review and waivers, our internal review conversation, panel questions and discussions on the broader operation of the institution, and then the vote. With that being said, if we could, everyone here who plans to or may even be called upon to speak in regards to Premier High Schools of Arkansas, I ask that you stand and please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please have a seat. We'd like to move forward with, I'm assuming it's going to be Mr. Felton Jr. to do the 20-minute presentation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
We'd like to move forward with the 20-minute presentation. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. For those panel members who are present, I made some minor adjustments to the presentation. I provided you all with a copy of that as well. My name is Dennis Felton. I serve as the State Director of our Premier High Schools. Thank you for having us today. Did want to spend some time introducing the team that I do have here today. I have Mr. James Taylor, who's our executive coming out of Louisville. I have Ms. Rhonda Bradford, who's our RES Arkansas Superintendent. I have Ms. Katie Stevens, who's our Executive Director of Finance for Arkansas. Mr. Curtis Shack, who's our Executive Director of Data and Information Systems. I have Mr. Aaron Duval, who is our CTE Director. I have Ms. Marla Pearson, who's our Director of Special Education. I have Mr. Darius Young, who serves as our Administrator for our Premier High School Online, as well as our District Testing Coordinator. I have Mr. Andrew Schrader, who's our Instructional Coach and Data Coach, and Ms. Tamiko Davis, who's our Campus Director for Little Rock. Am I moving my own slides? I'm sorry.
Yes, you will. There
Okay.
should be, is there, no, that's not it. It may be inside the podium.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. You don't want me moving your slides, trust me.
So talking about our district structure, if you remember here previously this year, we established Premier High School of Arkansas, in which we added Premier High School of Fort Smith, Premier High School Online, and Premier High School of Texarkana. Those will be the campuses that we'll be referring to today. That's our locations of our Premier all across Arkansas, including our other districts as well, in Springdale and North Little Rock. Looking at our enrollment, if you look at our Little Rock campus, we're 78 students. Our Texarkana, we're proud at 45, just started this year. Fort Smith, 74. Our online, 136. And then our North Little Rock district is 124 and Springdale, 91. All of those, including all the districts, we're serving over 500 students in the state of Arkansas. So at Premier, we're still committed to provide hope to students through a caring, mastery-based learning environment. We want to continue to promote a free society and cultivate their moral academic excellence. So just a reminder of who we serve. We continue to serve students who are just looking for a smaller learning environment, students who have become disengaged in the educational process, students who are at risk of already dropped out of high school, students that are interested in working full-time and going to school, students who are already parents, and students who are already facing delinquent truancy issues in their local school district and the local juvenile justice system. We continue to offer an innovative, mastery-based learning model so each student is engaged in a personalized learning plan where they're engaged in mastery-based learning. Each student has a student success portfolio which helps them not only meet their goals in high school, but help them prepare for their goals after high school. Each student is exposed to a personalized learning coach and advisory. That way they understand what are the necessary components they need not only to complete a high school diploma, but those things they should be working on beyond high school. So looking at about the numbers, across all of our campuses, we've been able to award over 300 diplomas. We continue to see a trend of students who have previously dropped out of high school, students who are currently parents. We've had some students that had opportunity to even earn some college credit. And we continue to try to push as many kids as we can to get into some kind of post-secondary goal plan, whether that's get into college, get into industry-based certification, get into a military or a branch of armed forces. We continue to connect with kids at Premier High School by engaging them in activities inside the classroom as well as outside the classroom. We're also highly encouraging our campus to get students off of the campus, get them on college campus, having those conversations with not only college reps, but getting them into career fairs, having conversations with employers and individuals that have some of these pathways that they can earn certifications as well. We continue to connect with our parents and with our students as well. We think it's very important to have that relationship with the parents and the students. So we continue to not only facilitate programs that have it, but at the same time, inviting the community and families in to be a part of that school decision making. We continue to partner and connect with other schools. One of the things that we feel like that allows us to continue to engage in best practices by collaborating with other schools who are engaged in best practices, by collaborating with other schools that also serve similar demographics. And then, of course, partnering with those higher ed institutions to be able to provide students additional pathways and being able to start the conversations early. And those students that are interested in potentially doing things like concurrent credit, getting those students involved in that as well. For those that have reference to the slide I have here, you will see we've got noted our attendance trends in the slide, as well as our enrollment trends. And we continue to see where our attendance, especially post-COVID, we're continuing to work to try to engage students and get our attendance where it should be. At the same time, you would kind of see on the enrollment side, our enrollments continue to grow over the years. And we like to think that that's been a response from the community of the educational offering that we have. Looking at our academics, if you look on the next slide in the packet that I passed to you, we do administer the NWA MAP assessment. We have seen mixed results with that assessment, and we continue to identify students that are coming in to our program that are more than 1 or 2 grade levels below. And so we're using this data to not only drive our school improvement plan, but also drive the individual intervention plans of those students as well to get them back on track. Talking about some of the awards and success at the school. This school in Little Rock has received a CSP grant, which allows them to continue to expand their educational offerings across the community of Little Rock and expand in other areas. Also, we had in the past 10 years, we had over 200 students to graduate from our home Little Rock campus. This campus also participated in the state's PLC pilot project, as well as got students engaged in extracurricular activities, which they were recognized, as well as having staff members recognized in the local community for the work that they're doing. And when this school started, a few years later, the Arkansas Charter School Office designated this school as a best practices in personalized learning. Another highlight of our engagement, that 25% of our student population is actually enrolled or engaged in activities outside the classroom. You're going to hear from our CTE director, Mr. Duvall, here in a moment, but we're proud that we have over 66% of our students actually enrolled in some CTE pathway, or industry-based pathway, or a JAG program, which we implemented this year as well. We continue to think that growing and personalizing our professional growth for our staff is important. We're getting job-embedded coaching. We're bringing in math and literacy consultants to work with our teachers and administrators. We're also getting our administrators involved in things like Charter Leadership Institute. And from the district office perspective, we're continuing to provide as much support for our schools. That way we can replicate the things that are going well, especially having multiple premier high schools. At this time, we'll have Ms. Davis, our campus director of Little Rock, come up and talk to you a little bit about what it looks like for a student at Premier High School.
Good afternoon. Students at Premier are greeted upon arrival daily by multiple staff members. As a part of their daily schedule, students receive social emotional learning in addition to the personalized learning that's a part of the Premier model. Each week, students set daily goals. The setting of those goals happen on Fridays so that students are prepared for the following week. The goal setting process supports students embracing the application of the 7 habits of highly effective people, such as being proactive, beginning with the end in mind, and thinking win-win. Because students set goals, academic advising, tutorial sessions, and independent study happens on a daily basis in support of those goals. Teachers change classes as opposed to the students during the morning hours to allow students to work independently and then to receive direct instruction from those students in each content area. During the afternoon, students who are a part of our CTE programs, such as Metro, JAG, and Velvetex, attend those training programs, while those students who are not receive additional RTI support in their to address their learning deficits. As previously mentioned, our model allows for regular one-on-one tutoring. We have college and career coaches who work with students on their post-secondary goals, whether they plan to attend college or enter the workforce. Students have student success portfolios that include their graduation projection plans, goal sheets, congratulations slips to celebrate their content mastery along the way, resumes, and any other thing that may assist them after high school. Our student engagement specialists work hand in hand with our students and teachers. They provide the additional in-class support to our students, as well as helping students outside of the classrooms. The relationship our student engagement specialist has with parents, as well as the students, helps to be proactive in addressing potential concerns that will affect the student's success. Our graduation advisory committee works to support student goals and identify opportunities for students by having post-graduation plan conversations with those students and exposing them to various opportunities to identify their interests. Regular attendance is stressed and expected. However, we understand some things do happen that are outside the control of the student. And because of this, we have an attendance recovery program that allows students to attend for an extended day to recover that lost attendance. We also have a dropout prevention specialist who helps with this by contacting the parents and the students to help identify the causes for the student's disengagement, and then to identify what is needed to get the student back engaged. We have a number of special features that allow us to stand apart from other schools. We provide character education continuously. Not only do we have SEL taking place in the classroom daily, we also have guest speakers each month. We call that our Pizza with Professionals. This is our way of introducing our students to various post-secondary career options, some that require traditional post-secondary education and others that do not. We just hosted the parent edition last month. We have attended college events with our students, college fairs, hosted college fairs, did college and career application days for our students, and have FAFSA workshops to keep our students focused on what's next. I say to students all the time, the high school diploma will come, but what next? Our students have an opportunity to participate in extracurricular activities such as basketball and track, and we celebrate the large and small wins of our students with monthly awards. For grade promotions that happen during the school year based upon credit attainment, we host a promotion ceremony for those students. That includes the students, all the other students lining the hallways, and then that student that was promoted can choose a song of their choice and then walk down the hall to their new cohort class. We also have student ambassadors who serve as student leaders on campus. They assist with activities on campus for Premier and Arkansas Baptist College, the campus on which we're located. Our ability to help students identify their interests and make goals in relation to those interests is a feature that guides the personalized learning in the CTE programs that are available on our campus.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. At this time, I'm going to have Mr. Aaron Duval, our CT director, share some of the exciting things exciting partnerships and things we've been initiating at our campuses. Thank you. Yes, so 2 years ago, we started implementing CTE programs on campus. And one of the big reasons is exactly what Ms. Davis was talking about. We have, the graduation part, but now what's after that? We want to make sure that students are ready for life after graduation. And so we began with a lot of very strategic partnerships. The first one was with Little Rock Metropolitan Career Center. And they offer 9 different pathways. Our students on our Little Rock campus are taking advantage of several of those pathways. We have students in construction with an internships available. We have automotive services. We have a few kids in welding, and I'm excited to say we have 3 kids right now who are working towards their CNA, and the goal is to have them graduate, at the end of the year with their CNA license already. And so Metro allows us to do that. We also have a great partnership with Velvetech Cosmetology School, which is right across the street from our Little Rock campus. And right now we have students who are participating in that trade school, working right now to get their hours towards certification to become a licensed cosmetologist. We also this year are very, very excited to start offering a JAG program. And so we have a lot of students who have to work. And so after school, they're going to their places of employment. And so we decided through a JAG program, these students can be getting credit for that work, as well as come back to school in a JAG class and talk about their experiences, learn those skills, the soft skills, the interviewing skills, the resume writing, how to fill out an application, all the things that employers tell us that our students, students in general, struggle with. We have also on our campus, we were able to implement a drone program. And one of those pictures right there is us at the Little Rock Airport touring air traffic control. I took that picture. It was probably more exciting for me, but it was a great day for our kids. And kids are asking about internships there. We also started a digital marketing course on campus. And so students are using their great TikTok skills, and now we can teach them how to market themselves and how to turn that into a career. And so through a lot of different partnerships and some pathways that we can offer on campus, we're trying to give kids options. And so trying to give them career options so when they graduate, they actually have those skills that they can turn into a profitable career to help themselves and their families. We also have a great partnership with the Peak Center in Fort Smith. So for our students there, at our premiere in Fort Smith, they're able to attend the Peak Innovation Center, brand new facility, and right now I have students in network engineering and the drone program there as well. So community engagement, Ms. Davis talked about our Pizza with a Professional series where we're able to invite speakers from the community into the school and talk to our kids about possible careers, motivational speakers, or just give our kids a connection to the business world. And so we've been able to do that usually every other week. We also have entrepreneurship workshops. We've partnered with Sidney Moncrief's Game Changer organization where kids are shadowing CEOs and learning about leadership skills. We have internship opportunities for our students. We have a JAG program. We are working on service learning. We are able to also partnered with the state chamber with Be Pro, Be Proud, so have that big tour bus pulling up for our kids so they can get hands-on experience. And so ultimately through our CTE program, we're trying to expose kids to careers that maybe they didn't even know were out there, and then provide some mentoring and coaching into how to get into those careers to be successful after high school. Thank you, Mr. Duval. So we continue to see our parents, our community business, our members, community members, as well as community leaders be engaged in what we're doing and collaborating with us. Here's a picture of our Fort Smith ribbon cutting. Once again, we're proud of the response from the community and the support that we're receiving from our community partners. That's our Texarkana ribbon cutting. We're happy to be servicing that community as well, and happy to see a response from the community and students and parents that's interested in this innovative educational model. So looking at some of our successes, the student and parent testimonies that we talk through and hear about, also our CTE partnerships that we have, the engagement that we see from the community and the parents, as well as our personalized approach. One of the things that we learned is, students can learn through a myriad of instructional options, and we have to use the data that we have to drive some of their instruction, especially closing the learning gaps for some of our students. We've learned that we have to support our staff through high quality professional development and also have ongoing conversations about the data they're seeing and help them be best equipped to be able to use that data. We have to have mutual accountability. We're a small school, and so that means that if we're working on reading everybody's working on reading, just not the English teacher. If we're working on character education, we're working on building some of these virtues in students, everybody's working on this. We understand communication is important with our families and our students, as well as the flexibility. And we understand that education is not a one-size-fits-all, but it should be personalized. Some of the challenges that we continue to face and we're addressing is attendance and engagement. We're reminding students post-COVID of some of the features that happen in on-site learning, some of the programs and services that are offered on-site. The academic learning gaps we talked about previously. We know we can't ignore some of the social problems that our students have faced up, you know, whether it's the violence in the community, the crime, whether it's poverty, some of the challenges students have faced at home or outside of school. We have to be aware and work with families and community members to be addressing it. And then there's the recruitment and retention. I think we're seeing this across the industry and as the state as we continue to make sure we're taking care of our teachers and going out to recruit the most talented individuals and taking care of the teachers that are working with us and making sure that we not only empower them, recognizing and creating systems where we can recognize and award their work as well. So areas where we're trying to grow and kind of our game plan is we have a attendance incentive plan. We're partnering with people like Henderson State. We're partnering with the state office to engage in these conversations about best practice with attendance and how do we create incentives and things to give students the understanding why attendance is important, then that carrot as well. We've hired Mr. Schrader is working with our staff as far as using their NWA data, using their state assessment data to be able to help teachers drive intervention and work with our school leaders on their intervention plan to make sure that it's a living document and we're progress monitoring those results. And as I stated previously, partnering with other schools and engaging in conversations with other charter schools and other leaders. Of course, we have a school improvement plan. We have goals outlined in that plan that's addressed to our deficiencies and challenges that we're faced up against. We're working with the state through our literacy plan to make sure that we have an adequate literacy plan to increase reading levels across all of our students across the whole school. Making sure they're exposed to high quality professional development and bringing in those literacy and math experts to be able to work with some of our novice teachers and working with some of our school leaders. Here you'll see our new goals. We want to continue to make sure that each student has a student success plan and then they're accepted in some kind of post-secondary track. We want to continue to try to show growth on reading, math, and science in our NWA MAP assessments. We want to make sure that we can get all of our students to engage in the state assessment. We want all of our students to have access to a social emotional learning plan, and then as well as 100% of our graduates actually graduate with a high school diploma and have some kind of industry-based certification in their hand or internship or participated in the JAG program. So why are we seeking 10 years? Premier High School of Arkansas is seeking 10 years to continue to provide an innovative, alternate education option for students in Arkansas. We want to continue to try to work towards decreasing that dropout rate and getting more completers, getting more students with high school diplomas. We want to continue to prepare students for the post-secondary goals that they've set, as well as replicate this innovative, personalized educational model. If I remind you, we are celebrating our 10-year anniversary. And I think back 10 years ago, we only had one premier high school in Arkansas, and our first graduating class was 10 students. And now we look forward here 10 years later, we're projected to offer over 120 diplomas this year and have over 300 diplomas that have been awarded. At Premier High School, we continue to keep students at the center of everything we're doing and continue to want to be responsive to the needs of Arkansas communities.
Thank you, Mr. Felton, for that. We will now, if there is any opposition to the renewal application, an individual has the opportunity, 20 minutes to speak to that. Doesn't appear to be any. If there is any public comment regarding the application process, individuals have the opportunity to approach the podium and speak to that. Doesn't appear to be any. We will move to the legal review. Star of the show today.
Yes. Okay, we're going to start with alternative learning environments. So Arkansas Code annotated 615-1005B5, 618-503A1, CI, 648-102, 648-103, Standard 2I1, and the DESI rules governing special needs funding, Section 4. There were no legal concerns with this.
And as we've done with all the charter renewal, once the waiver has been read, along with the status and standards and rules, we'll open it up for conversation regarding the specific waiver topic. But we will reserve time after we go through all the waiver topics for general questions in regards to the renewal and the application process. So regarding the alternative learning environment waiver, are there any questions or comments? There doesn't appear to be any, so let's continue.
The next waiver topic is Board of Directors. I've got a long list here just to let you know, and I didn't have any legal concerns about any of these. So it's Arkansas Code annotated sections 613-608, 613-611, 613-612C, 613-613, 613-615, 613-616A, 613-618, 613-619, 613-620, 613-621, 613-630, 613-631, 613-634, 613-1303, and 614-101 et sec. And then the ADE's proposed rules governing reimbursement of school districts for election expenses.
Any questions or comments regarding this waiver request? There doesn't appear to be any. We'll continue.
All right, the next topic is class size and teaching load. Arkansas Code annotated section 617-812, standard 1A5 and 1A6, and the DESI rules governing class size and teaching load, section 3 and 4. I had no legal concerns, but I noticed a question.
Yep. Any questions? Ms. Kaufman?
Yes, if the charter would speak to their reason for the class size and teaching load, especially with the population of students that need the most attention.
Due to the innovative of our model and being able to allow teachers to be able to work with students in different disciplines, this waiver has allowed us to create the scheduling and flexibility that best meets our model.
So what is your class size?
I'm gonna say typically 35 to 40, but that really depends on the content.
And the teaching load per teacher?
That's what I'm referring to.
Your teaching load per teacher is 35
Yeah,
to 40?
our students work in like cohorts. So typically on that cohort ratio, you're looking like a 16, 17 to 1. But yeah, we have singletons. And so our teacher, that's the math teacher, is responsible for teaching math for all the students in the school.
Okay. And so her total teaching load is 35, 40 students, but she may work with them in smaller cohorts of 10 to 15.
There you go.
Okay.
And because of the model, typically you may have a lot of kids that only need 1 or 2 credits, so they wouldn't have a full schedule.
So the teaching load requirement is 150. You're asking to exceed 150 per teacher.
That is correct, because we have some singletons in the event that we have a teacher that has to serve all students on campus.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. If their teaching load is 35 to 40 kids a day, how is someone exceeding 150?
So when I'm talking about the singletons, so let's use math for example, and let's say we have a campus that has 160 students, and every single one of those students had to take math. That teacher would be the math teacher of record for every single student.
Okay. But when, go ahead, I'm sorry, Mrs. Saracen.
I just want to understand, you're really asking for the teaching load versus the class size, because their class size may not be. It's just at the end of the day, you may have reached over 150,
There you go.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, now I had to talk myself through it. So really, it's not teaching, it's not class size, because that's
There
really
you go.
more
Yeah, it's
for
more of your load.
elementary. It's low, right?
There you go.
Okay.
Like they're not in a normal bell-to-bell where they're,
Right.
30 kids, 7 periods a day, something like that.
It's just that they may hold records for
There you go.
160. Okay.
Then are you prepared to say what would be the maximum size for a teacher during a teaching period as opposed to all the students, like at Thursdays from 9 to 11, and that's a class? Are you prepared to say there would be a maximum amount of students per session, I guess I'll say?
Yes, but our model is not set up that way where kids are coming in, like everybody's in this class, they're set in cohorts. So back to Ms. Saraceni, it's more of the load.
Well, is it limit to cohorts?
Yes, that goes back to the ratio. Our cohorts are not bigger than 25 kids in that class setting at one time. Now their load as far as the responsibility, that will exceed 25. And I just remind you, it just gives us the flexibility in the model that we're trying to run within our school, and allows those teachers to be able to see, and we can set that schedule accordingly, because it's not set up like your traditional bell-to-bell.
So do you say then in no circumstance will there be over 35 in a classroom in a given period, a given class period?
I have to be careful when saying that, because I have multiple campuses involved, and then we do have some campuses that have classrooms that we can hold 30, 35 kids. Now, with that being said, there's a student engagement specialist in that room as well, when typically a class is that size. So you have actually 2 adults in the room in that kind of scenario.
And I'm not as concerned about the size of the classroom as I am the size of the class. So, you may have room to hold 50, but is that an effective model? It's just, I apologize during every meeting for not being an educator, so I can't translate. My background is in social work, and so acknowledging or recognizing the need for more attention in one as opposed to another group or whatever, or designing cohorts where they're mixed enough to be able to do 2 or 3 things at one time. That's my concern, is just, because at some point maybe it might become ineffective, the whole classroom setting. The 10% that get it are going to get it, and the others may not.
Well, I'll assure you all in the panel that we do monitor that. We're trying to make sure we make the best decisions as well. And so we don't stack up students in classrooms due to the nature of our model. So I am, once again, just going back to the load. We're not packing classrooms up, or the class size versus the teaching load that the teachers are being able to take. Total.
Now, I may not understand correctly, but it's not questioning whether or not you're doing that, but the possibility. I thought, we set in class sizes based on the law or on the reasonableness of effective teaching. So whether or not you would or you wouldn't, is, I don't know. Does that make sense to anybody? Okay. Yeah.
Ms. Kaufman, I want to allow you the opportunity to get back in. I know you started the question, and so I want to make sure you have.
I was going to add a comment as well.
Make sure. Okay. Why don't we have a comment here? We'll go back to Ms. Kaufman and see if there's any other comments, and then we'll continue the conversation.
And I just want to say this for the panel to kind of put in context, because students are engaged in a personalized learning model. These teachers are not engaged in 100% direct instruction all day. And so there are some opportunities where students are engaged in independent learning, collaborative learning, and in the event, there will be some times where, it may be more students, but that's not your direct instruction class. I don't know if that helps.
I'd have to see it.
I'm inviting everyone.
Yeah, I have to see
I've invited you. We welcome you to come check us out.
Let's go to Ms. Kaufman, and then we'll come back to you, Mr. Paul.
Well, I have seen it, number one, and I'm going to ask Dr. Sutherland to pull up your schedule that's in eSchool and to take a look at that. Maybe we can have him come up and look and see what's going on with school schedules. The class size, The teaching load makes sense. If I'm the one math teacher in the school and I'm going to make sure that I serve all of the kids that come through there, that makes sense. But from what I've seen in the classroom, to your point, is there's not direct instruction going on. The kids are working independently and the teacher is moving around and helping. And I struggle with the class size request. And just by the way, the standard for class size in high school is 30 students.
Mr. Baldwin?
Thank you. So, Mr. Felton, let me go back to my site visit when I came up, and you all were kind enough to host me up in Springdale. And because I think what's happening is we've got apples and oranges, and so you're talking apples and we're hearing oranges, and so we're missing each other. So when I came up to your school in Springdale, there was a class in a big room that had a number of kids. It was a self-study class. There was one teacher, and he was helping, but their kids were kind of doing work on their own. And there's probably 30 or 40 kids in that class. And then there was another math class. We walked down the hallway and there was a math class that was going on. And so your program is not the traditional every hour the kids change classes to go to English, to go to math, to go to something else, which is what I think we're expecting in our minds. So tell us about what an average day is like for a student, and where they are, who teaches them, and how they get taught the full curriculum.
Okay. I'm also going to, Mr. Shack had reminded me, in thinking about the teaching load class size as well, because of the model, yes, we may have 35 students enrolled in that Algebra 1 course. But that doesn't mean all 35 students are going to that teacher at the same time. To respond to you, Mr. Baldwin, I appreciate you visiting our campus and spending some time with us. Our students are working in their cohorts, and depending on the student schedule, we have students that are pulled out of those cohorts to get that direct instruction we were talking about, whether it's the literacy, the math pullouts, or the science pullouts. In those small group settings, typically there's no more than 7 to 8 students that are working with that teacher in the small group setting. And then, yeah, those students can go back into the bigger learning center in the classroom and engage in independent study.
Thanks for the explanation. Are we waiting on, yes, schedule and what's uploaded in the system to give us some additional information? And we have some.
Matthew Sutherland, Standards and Systems Board Charter. Currently, as far as the individual sections, there is not a section that is over 30 as far as the maximum seat total. As far as with the way that it's scheduled, I guess when I'm looking at it though, from that perspective, you could have one teacher who is covering geometry and they're covering social studies and they're covering your health and PE all at the same time, based on the way that they're scheduling things. So that could be, with a teaching load waiver, that could be, in my mind, as many as 90 students, maximum. Now, that doesn't mean that that's going to be the case. I'm just saying that's the way that it's set up in the system. So that's something you'll have to weigh as you look at the teaching load waiver.
And it appears that the load waiver, am I correct in saying that? I think we have some clarification in regards to the load waiver that makes sense. It's the class size waiver that I think we're kind of struggling with.
So the class size waiver would also deal with that particular issue, because technically you've got the 30 students that are allowed in a high school class at one time, but that teacher could be teaching multiple sections of subjects at the same time. So that's, I don't know about their model and how they have that set up, but if that were the case, that could be upwards of 90 in a classroom. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. Any other follow-ups to the information that we received? Ms. Kaufman, does that move toward any sort of satisfying answer for you?
No, but I'm ready to move on.
Okay. We will continue.
Next waiver topic is curriculum grading and credit hours. It's Arkansas Code Annotated 615-902A, Standard 1A2, and the DESI rules governing grading and course credit, Section 2-2.01. And I had no legal concerns.
Questions or comments regarding this waiver request? Hearing none, we'll continue.
The next waiver topic is flag display. It's Arkansas Code Annotated Section 616-106 and 616-105, and I had no legal concerns.
Questions or concerns regarding this waiver? Hearing none, we'll continue.
Okay. Next one is facilities, and it is Arkansas Code Annotated Section 621-117, Sections 2 through Sections 5, and then Standard 6A1. I had no legal concerns.
Questions or comments from the panel? Hearing none, we'll continue.
Next waiver topic is school calendar or school start date, Arkansas Code Annotated Section 610-106. And I had no legal concerns.
Questions or comments on our favorite
question.
our favorite waiver? Yes.
Explain why you need, please explain why you need that.
Once again, our innovative model this waiver allows us to have the flexibility to make the schedule that's needed for students and staff that best meets our model. So as we talk about that day and students being able to work in cohorts and having some of the innovative things we're trying to do, from pullouts to having these unique learning centers and credit recovery labs and opportunities. So this allows us to have the flexibility in that schedule that meets our model.
Can you give some specific examples of how this waiver has operated in allowing you to do that outside of the traditional calendar and day?
Yeah, so like we talked about some of the bells and whistles and us being able to design our day that best meets our student needs. And so if we set up a traditional day and maybe a student spends 45 minutes here, 45 minutes here, we have some students that they need to spend, or maybe they only have these amount of credits needed to graduate. So instead of forcing those students to carry out a traditional day, they're able to work on the things they need to work on. Then our staff member is able to move around and pull those students as we need to as well.
I thought we were talking about school calendar.
Can you repeat that, please?
I thought we were talking about school calendar, 610-106.
One of the things that we're seeking is to do some innovative things, especially looking at before and after school. Before school starts and after when school ends, especially looking at, I know we've piloted like some extension programs and seeing what that looks like. And we have some schools even in Texas we're watching right now as they kind of pilot this kind of a jump start, almost like a head start before the school year starts. And we don't want to put ourselves in a bind not being able to replicate one of those best practices that we're doing. And so we continue to try to be innovative in our calendar, and that's one of the things that we're seeking to be able to do here in the future. That way we extend the learning time for students and then be able to kind of close some of these learning gaps.
Thank you. Questions or comments?
May I have a follow-up?
Yes, please. Ms. Kaufman with
Yes.
the follow-up.
So, Mr. Felton, are you suggesting that you're going to start some number of days early and extend your calendar some number of days later?
That
Or
is
are you-
correct.
How many days early?
We have not determined that.
I do have a question.
Yes.
In your response in that section, you specifically indicate CTE and JAG as part of the reasonings why you need flexibility. Do you mind providing a little bit more detail on how do you feel that these two pieces require you to have this ask?
Well, in thinking about the school day, we partnered with Little Rock School District, and so one of the things that we do with those students that are participating, and I say Little Rock School District, but we have some other partnerships as well, they're starting over there at 1 o'clock. And so that allows our students to do their half a day of their courses on our campus, and then they're transferred over to that campus to finish their day up doing that CTE. Now, of course, that looks similar with students that are working through JAG or students that are doing internships as well. So they don't spend that whole day on campus. They're spending that time doing the academic, and then they're able to engage in that additional pathway they're engaged in.
I just think there's already some pieces in place that provide that flexibility, and so I don't know for those reasonings of why you would need to ask for this waiver, but that's just my thought, is that I think there's already flexibility there in place that wouldn't require you to have to do that.
Yeah, and I think we want to, Mr. Felton, I think we want to be very thoughtful when a waiver is requested, that there is a plan in place on how that's used versus the sort of just in case I might need it kind of attitude. Like, we want to be thoughtful about that. And so I think that's where we're sort of falling here and we're trying to really parse out, if this were to happen, is there a plan in place to be able to utilize it in order to be able to measure how impactful this waiver is in regards versus just having it available to you. And that's what that's what I think some of us are struggling with.
Well, I can assure you this, the extension, and when we're talking about the extended school year, that has been a thing. We've practiced that, and we've seen a response to it where our students and families appreciate the opportunity to continue that learning throughout the school year, because sometimes you have some students that just need a credit or two more to finish up that credit, or a credit to be able to move to that next grade level. And we're serious as an organization about what's going on before school. And if we're realizing these kids are coming in and we're noticing they're a couple grade levels below, we're going to have to change what we're doing. And I hope that's not just Premier. I hope other schools are looking at that as well, because just confining ourselves to 178 days and trying to do some of this hard work that we're doing, we're not being realistic. So we're serious about the conversations we're having. We're serious about looking at what Texas is doing with starting the school year early, and what does that head start, that powwow for 3-4 weeks look like. And I'll be honest with you, it's going to help us as well with our learning model. We've learned that we have to spend time as well teaching these students what it looks like to engage in a personalized learning model, and what study skills and things they need in order to be successful in this type of school. So how do you crunch all that together? And of course, we got some character pieces and stuff we want to get in there as well.
Fantastic. Please.
My name is
and title.
James Taylor, and I am the Chief Financial Officer for Responsive Education Solutions.
Yeah, and just want to make sure, were you sworn in as well?
Yes, I was, in fact. Yes, I was.
Continue.
I just wanted to mention the extended day, because we're talking about, Dennis has mentioned multiple times about looking to incorporate something we have been doing that we literally have just been piloting this year in Texas. So it's something that's brand new to our program. And this is looking to catch up some of that learning loss that we had during COVID. And so what we have looked at is starting potentially 2 weeks early and then going 2 weeks late. But we've discussed possibly shifting more early or more late, depending upon how the program works for us. So that's what Dennis is trying to salvage with this waiver.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I?
Yes, Ms.
Okay.
Wright Murray.
And I appreciate the additional comments and clarification in your comments about wanting to be more responsive of students' needs. I just don't want you to feel as if in order for you to be able to offer some of the CTE programs and to offer JAG, that you have to have a modified or flexible schedule to do that, because the systems are not designed for that to have to take place. I think there are opportunities for us to have conversations about how we can get to what you want to get to, and not have to have that flexible schedule outside of the norm for you to still be able to meet your needs and to be able to offer the programs, because the programs are not structured or designed to have to be offered in a modified format. That's just my comment, and so that's why I feel like that maybe for this part you're maybe asking for it where you don't really have to do that. So.
Mr. Baldwin?
Let me ask, I think it's helpful to have the definition of early and late, in the 2 weeks before, 2 weeks after. How long will it be before you all make a final decision and can tell us exactly what you intend to do as far as starting school early, keeping school late? Because that would be helpful to us to know exactly.
We're in
what that
discussion and planning stages of that. Of course, we're looking at things like resources, staffing, and things of that nature. I would say at least 90 to 120 days, but we have it earned out. And we want to make sure we have everything together and we've ran it through all the kinks, and then at the same time, we want feedback from our families, right? We want to see their pulse on it, their input as well, and so I would say just due to the unique time of the year and us about to let out for Christmas break, probably 90 to 120 days.
So it's something you're contemplating for the beginning of next school?
There you go.
Any other questions or comments regarding this waiver? Let's continue.
I do have a question.
Yes.
And it's not relative necessarily to this application only, but isn't there stipulation in the Arkansas Department of Education regulations that school starts no earlier than and is no later than, or is that something that charters have as an opportunity to get waivers for? Because I know at one point in time there was, when people knew when school started. You know, they may not necessarily knew what the breaks were in whether fall or spring or whatever. Well, maybe even that, but I'm just wondering if that opens up a collage of different start dates, and you may have 3 children in school that have 3 different dates they go to school. So I don't know, I'm just wondering. And not, like I say, not relative to this application necessarily, but just wondering if that's how it's structured.
Ms. Wagner, can you assist with that?
Yes, so Ms. Newton, there is a statute, which it actually is 610-106, that says that school cannot start any earlier than 2 Mondays before Labor Day. So we do have that in place, and a traditional school district cannot get a waiver of that start date. So traditional school districts, unless they are on an alternative calendar, which doesn't change when they start, it can change when they end, but it doesn't change when they start. The only way to change when you start with a traditional school district is to go to a 12-month calendar.
Go through what?
A 12-month calendar.
I see. So it's different with charters because of the but I thought at one point the rule was that any waiver that a charter applied for or had opportunity to access, public schools had the same access. Now, it may be mixing up my time on Board of Ed with this, but I don't know. Does that sound familiar to anybody? Yeah.
So the law was specifically written to exclude traditional school districts from being able to get an Act 1240 waiver in this instance. That was just how the law was written. But charters are not exempt from getting a waiver of that statute.
Okay. And I'm not suggesting that they are, that was just kind of something that was rolling around that I didn't understand.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments regarding this waiver? Let's continue.
Okay. The next waiver topic is instructional day. It is Arkansas Code Annotated 616-102A1 through 4, and then also Section C of that same code, and Standard 1A42. And there were no legal concerns with this.
Questions or comments regarding the instructional day waiver? Seeing none, we'll continue.
The next waiver topic is gifted and talented. Arkansas Code Annotated Section 620-2208C6 and 642-109, Standard 2G1, and the DESE rules governing gifted and talented program approval standards, and there were no legal concerns with this waiver.
Comments or questions? Gifted and talented waiver? Hearing none, we'll continue.
Okay. The next section of waivers are personnel policies. So like we've done before, I had no concerns on any of these, so I would like to run through them as quickly as possible if that is okay with everyone. Okay. So personnel policies, duty-free lunch. Arkansas Code Annotated 617-111. Non-instructional duties, Arkansas Code Annotated 617-117. Planning period, 617-114. Requirements, 617-201C. Right to join a professional organization, 617-202. Committee on Personnel Policies, 617-203, 617-205, 617-209. Also, 611-129 in the DESI rules governing document posting to school district and educational service cooperative websites, sections 4 through 6. Incorporation into a teacher's contract, 617-204. Use of personal leave, 617-211. Employment of licensed personnel, 617-301. Classified personnel policies, 617-2301C. Public school employees minimum sick leave law, 617-1301 et sec. Teachers Minimum Sick Leave Act, 617-1201 et sec. Teacher Fair Dismissal, 617-1501 et sec. And Public School Employee Fair Hearing, 617-1701 et sec. Classified Employee Minimum Salary, 617-2201 et sec. And then salaries and compensation, Arkansas Code Annotated 617-2401 et sec, 617-908, and 617-919, excuse me. And then the 12-month contract for an agriculture teacher, 617-802. I had no legal concerns about any of those.
Any questions or comments regarding personnel policy waivers? Okay, let's continue.
The next waiver topic is principal, Arkansas Code Annotated 617-302A and Standards 4C1 and 4C2. I had no legal concerns.
Questions or comments? We'll continue.
Next, Health Services School Nurse, Arkansas Code Annotated Section 618-706 and Standards 2E1 and 2E2. I had no legal concerns.
Questions or comments?
Yes, I have a question. Go ahead, Sonia.
No, go ahead.
Well, our question is, do you have an RN?
We do not, but we contract out with an RN that provides our screenings.
So do you have a nurse on site?
Not every day.
How often do you have a nurse on site, or what's that process like?
Typically as needed, whether it's like professional development, assessment, trainings and stuff, or screenings for our kids. But of course, it's standalone high school, so there we don't have as much, but when needed, we do have access to one in our network.
And what's been the challenge around just finding someone to meet this?
Well, I think we know the workforce at this time, and especially it is hard for us to compete when we're offering kind of a part-time job compared to full-time in other institutions. So that's where it's kind of worked out with us. We have some in our network, and we're able to have access to them and use them as needed.
How do you have someone as needed if there's an emergency?
Well, for emergency purposes, we have school health officers that's designated, and we also have resources like student resource officers that are available as well. So in the need of a medical emergency, we follow our protocol as far as contacting those that need to be and getting those people on site and responding as anyone else would and get the necessary people there.
Ms. Wright-McMurray, any questions?
You said a school health officer?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not.
School health officer is the person that's kind of like that first contact. So you think about if something does happen, whether it's a student that's not feeling well, I've been thrown up in the bathroom, you have a student that is running a high fever, things of that nature, they're able to collect the information, be able to contact the appropriate personnel that's needed, and then being able to get those resources available.
And this person, is it someone who, I mean, what is the background for the school health officer, I guess?
Typically, it's someone that's working in our school office. So I don't want to confuse this as a medical profession at all.
Okay,
This is
so
a
just
person
somebody
not
designated
practicing.
on your staff who, you're the person that deals with our sick kids.
There you go.
That could be a non-medical person.
That is correct. And that way, basically the documentation, right? I mean, if we had something where we had to send something home or to a doctor or any kind of, if we had an incident where we did have to call 911 or ambulance, then that person has all the information they need, and then we have all the documentation stored as well to be able to transition that information off.
So then with this waiver, we would be providing you the opportunity to not have a trained medical person on site or within your district?
Every day. We're contracting out, we're seeking, I want to clear it, we work with RN nurses on our screenings and things of that nature, but we're seeking not to have one on campus every day.
Mr. Baldwin?
What would be your ideal, so if they're not on campus every day, would it be every other day, or do you all have a framework that you're trying to work towards as far as having a nurse on campus?
I'm gonna say no. I know that once again we're looking, especially at this high school age, and the data we're looking at, it doesn't. We don't have a lot of incidents that are going on, but we do have access to one, and they are present when we're doing anything that requires a health professional.
So I guess my follow-up to that.
Absolutely.
Um,
Ms. Wright McMurray.
So, if I'm then looking at also your other support service, you're also farming out like your mental health as well, and there's not anyone that's on campus that addresses that either.
Yeah, but that is a little bit different, especially with telemedicine these days. And once again, we have some MOUs set up with some individuals if needed to come on site. But yeah, every day having someone report to the campus, we do not have that. But we do have access and do have that support personnel available for students and have those MOUs in place with those providers.
Any other follow-up questions regarding the health services school nurse waiver? Okay, let's continue.
The next waiver topic is school counselor, standards 4E1 and 4E2. And go ahead and also do the comprehensive school counseling plan, which is Arkansas Code annotated 618-2003A2A and standard 2C2. I had no legal concerns with either one of these.
Panel, any questions regarding school counselor or school counseling plan? Ms. Kaufman?
So earlier you mentioned a daily academic advisor. So I can understand if you were replacing a counselor with someone that was doing something similar, but I'm not really sure why there's not a comprehensive school counseling plan.
I just want to clarify, we're not seeking to waive the plan at all. We're seeking the licensure requirements.
So you're not,
So they are specifically seeking A2A of that, so 618-2003A2A, which just says that it has to be done, the plan has to be done by a licensed counselor. So it's just the licensure aspect that they are seeking a waiver of, not the plan in its entirety.
okay.
So standard 2 says that you're going to provide a developmentally appropriate guidance program. And so is that what you're waiving? You're not going to provide a guidance program?
And that could have been my lack of interpretation. We were thinking that that was basically saying that we run a traditional guidance counselor program. And whereas in our model, I'm just going to go ahead and educate you all, we use college and career coaches on our campus, as well as our teachers serve as academic advisors for our students. So teachers are having, let me back up, teachers are trained to be able to understand the academics and working with student transcripts, working on the course sequence, also working on what things that it takes to graduate. And so we expect our teachers to have ongoing conversation and advising as a counselor would to not only use that data they have, but also to engage in those conversations. And then we do have a comprehensive school counseling services plan that we have those individuals working through as well. We're just seeking the waiver of having a traditional guidance program that's guided by a certified guidance counselor.
Does that meet, I want to make sure what they're requesting is reflected in the waiver application.
Yes.
So what I hear him saying is, they're requesting a waiver from having a certified guidance counselor, but they're comfortable with the plan and all those sorts of things.
Yes, so does that mean, Mr. Felton, you want to take away 2C2 or you want to keep 2C2?
And 2C2 speaks directly to the comprehensive school counseling
It's
plan.
the guidance program, yes, to aid students in educational, personal, social, and career development. So we'll rescind that one? Okay. So just to clarify, you want to go ahead and?
Trip Walter, APSRC. I didn't really want to speak to that directly, but I just wanted to assure the panel that the school is and obviously will continue in the future to provide the comprehensive school counseling plan that's required by statute. I know there's a confusing with 2C2, and I think that's going to be eliminated now. And I know that, I think that was probably a concern of some of you as to that. It's just, again, as with other of the services, they handle the provision of it in a slightly different way. But it is going to be provided and provided with fidelity.
Any final questions or comments in regards to this portion of the waiver request?
So was 2C2 rescinded?
Yes, 2C2 has been agreed upon and rescinded. If you, Mr. Felton, would you step to the mic and agree that you have rescinded 2C2?
The charter agrees to rescind 2C2.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Let's continue.
All right. So library media specialist and library media services are the next two waiver topics. I'm going to go ahead and do them together. So that's Arkansas Code Annotated 625-103 and 625-104. And then it's standards 4F1, 4F2, and 2D1. I did ask the charter to be prepared to discuss how they were going to teach library media standards.
We'll allow the charter to address the question in regards to teaching library media standards.
The charter makes sure that the library and media standards are incorporated in our English language arts courses to ensure those standards are covered.
Any questions or comments in regards to the response by the charter in regards to library media standards? Mrs. Wright McMurray.
And who's responsible for that? I'm sorry, I was trying to.
I'm sorry, in our English language arts courses.
Okay.
Any other questions? Ms. Kaufman?
Yes. So previously you said that there was not, that most of your students are working on a personalized learning plan. And so is the curriculum that you're using already have that embedded? Because I didn't see that type of direct instruction when I was on site.
No, this is supplemental instruction that's integrated in those courses. It's kind of the same. We have to do the same thing even when you think of things like electronic resources, teaching kids. I mentioned the study skills and things of that nature. And so it's supplemental to our curriculum, but it's embedded and taught to all students.
Okay, let's continue.
The next waiver topic is food services, and Mr. Walters and Mr. Felton will probably have to help me with this one. I know they were asking for Arkansas Code Annotated 618-705 and Standard 3D1. There was some confusion about the rules, so.
Trip Walter, APSRC, to address the questions in Ms. Wagner's review, we do not need a waiver of 618-705, and we do not need to add the DESI rules governing nutrition and physical activity and body mass index for age assessment protocols in Arkansas Public Schools.
So to clarify, it would only be asking for a waiver of standard 3D1.
Any questions in regards to that standard? We'll continue.
Next waiver topic is superintendent. It's Arkansas Code annotated section 613-109, 614-427, standards 4B1, 4B2, and the DESI rules governing superintendent mentoring program. There were no legal concerns.
Comments or questions regarding this waiver request?
Mr. Davis, I need to go back and ask Ms. Wagner a question about food services.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're going to revisit the food services request. Ms. Kaufman, please go ahead.
Ms. Wagner, what does that really mean when they waive 3D1 for food? That means they're not providing food?
So I will let the charter answer that. Mr. Felton told me that they were in fact providing food, but I will let Mr. Felton speak on that.
Currently on our campuses, we do offer a breakfast and lunch program. Just remind the panel, this district entails more than one school, and I'm sure there'll be expansion plans in the future. And so we just didn't want to put ourselves in a situation where we had a campus that we opened up that was small and that it wasn't a need for a breakfast and lunch program, that we wouldn't be requiring ourselves to do so.
So if you were going to open up a new campus, you would have to come before the charter panel with an amendment. And at that time, you could do that. But the way that standard is worded, you're in accordance with federal and state laws regarding food services.
Yes, that is correct. And I'm just reiterating that this is a waiver that we'll continue to want to keep because we may open up a school in the future, and because there's multiple schools within this district, that we don't want to give this waiver up and have to come back and ask for the waiver again. Just remind the panel, we have had this waiver for 10 years in the existence of our charter. So it's not foreign or not a new waiver.
So is this waiver, I'm sorry, Ms. Kaufman, is there anything else you'd like to ask before I jump in?
No, it just doesn't make sense why you're waiving some state and federal laws around food.
And so my question was, it appears that you haven't utilized this waiver, right? Currently you're not utilizing this waiver, nor is there a plan to utilize this waiver with the current existence or in the current schools. Is that fair to say? It appears that your thinking is, moving forward, there may be a need for this waiver.
That is accurate.
With that thought, I think the question then becomes, if you were to move forward with an expansion or an additional campus, there will be a process at which you can then apply for that waiver for that specific campus. And so it might be more appropriate to do that at that time versus needing this waiver now. So is this something you're willing to rescind?
Can I get a second?
Absolutely.
May I ask a question?
Or unless is it upstairs?
It's a legal question.
Sure. We have a question by Mr. Baldwin that's going to go to legal staff.
So Ms. Coppin talked about federal and state laws. We don't have the authority to rescind a federal law, do we?
No, we do not.
Okay.
And I would just echo what Ms. Kaufman said. They would have to, in order to open a new campus, they would have to come and request an amendment before this cap, at which case they could then put that waiver request on that at that point. And the only other charters that have a waiver of that section are virtual charters. That's it.
Hi, I'm ready, Mr. Davis.
Yes, sir.
We would like to keep the waiver, but it seems that
Well, it is, you know,
the state has otherwise. So I just want to ensure that we at least keep this waiver because we still need the waiver within the district for our online school. I don't know if the state just wants to make it where that particular campus continues to have the waiver, and I guess we'll have to rescind it for the rest of the campuses. And then if I open up a new campus, I'll have to request for that waiver in the future.
is that something that's a possibility? Or if they have the waiver for the online, they then they need the waiver for the entire
So
district?
we can specify that it is for the virtual only. We have other charters that we've done that with, so other school districts as well.
Okay. You in agreement with that, Mr. Felton?
Yes, we're good with that.
Okay, thank you. Let's continue. The next waiver request, please.
We had gotten to superintendent. Was there any discussion about superintendent? Would you like to go over
Sorry,
it again?
that is correct. Superintendent was introduced, but then we backed up. Any questions or comments in regards to the waiver request for superintendent? Doesn't appear to be any. Let's continue.
Okay. The next waiver topic is teacher licensure, Arkansas Code Annotated Section 615-1004, 617-309, 617-401, 617-418, 617-902, 617-908, and 617-919, Standard 4D1, and the DESI rules governing educator licensure, Section 7, no legal concerns.
I would like to make a comment. You guys have the highest percentage of licensed staff in any of the charters I've reviewed. I commend you.
Any questions or comments in regards to that charter waiver request? Okay, hearing none, we'll continue.
The next waiver topic is transportation, Arkansas Code Annotated Section 619-101 et sec, no legal concerns.
Questions regarding this waiver? Doesn't appear to be any. Let's continue.
The next waiver topic is business manager, Arkansas Code Annotated Section 615-2302 and Standard 3A5, no legal concerns.
Questions or comments? Doesn't appear to be any. We will continue.
The next waiver topic, 9 through 12 curriculum, Standard 1-A13, I have no legal concerns.
Questions or comments regarding curriculum waiver standards?
Yes.
Okay, why don't we start with Ms. Kaufman, and then we'll go to Ms. Wright-McMurray. Ms. Kaufman, please.
Yes, Mr. Felton, if you would explain why you're requesting this waiver and what this really means.
Due to the unique population that the charter serves, the charter seeks to continue to offer the necessary things students need to be able to graduate from high school. Do want to make a note in the event that there's a student or parent interested in taking additional course offerings, that we do meet those students and parents where they are, and we have extensive partnerships with people like Virtual Arkansas to offer those courses. But we do focus on the 22, and we will remain to offer the 22 required graduation requirements.
Ms. Kaufman, does that meet, is that answer satisfactory to your question?
Yes, I think Ms. Wright-McMurray also had a question.
Absolutely. Ms. Wright-McMurray.
Like previously, just wanting to get a better understanding of why JAG specifically mentioned as a reason or rationale for needing this waiver.
So some of our students' course offerings and the programs that they're doing, once again, we're just seeking not to offer the full 38 units, but being able to offer what students need to graduate.
Ms. Wright-McMurray, is that an answer you acceptable?
Again, it can be done without needing to specify it as part of the waiver, but that's offline conversation.
Okay, let's continue.
Okay.
That is it for the continuation of waivers. The charter is requesting to rescind 5 waivers. They are requesting to rescind acquisition of commodities, which is Arkansas Code annotated section 621303, the school safeties standard 6A2, the monitoring standard 1A3, consolidation, annexation, and formation, Arkansas Code annotated 613201 ETSEC, and attendance, the DESI rules governing mandatory attendance requirements for students grades 9 through 12. The charter is asking for no new waivers, and that concludes my legal review.
Thank you for the legal review. Are there any questions regarding the waivers to rescind? Hearing none, we will move on. If I can ask Ms. Summons to approach the podium and give us an understanding of the internal review and any issues that arose from the internal review.
Dory Summons, Public School Charter Director. We don't have any remaining concerns. However, we do have some internal review committee members that are via Zoom and some in person in the
Fantastic.
auditorium in case you have any questions.
Thank you for that. We'll move to the broad conversation with the panel. Panel, I invite you to offer questions in regards to the charter renewal from Premier High School of Arkansas. Questions or comments? Mr. Baldwin.
When did you guys obtain your first charter approval? I'm looking at the different schools.
2012,
2000.
to open up 13-14 school year. Premier High School of Little Rock was our first one.
Okay, was that a 10-year approval?
5-year approval at that time.
5-year. So you've had 2 5-year approvals, or?
That is, we were issued a charter for 5 years, and then we were renewed for 5 years.
Okay. So you're choosing a 10-year renewal this time. Was there a reason why you wanted to go 10 instead of just another 5?
Yes. I like to think that the work we're doing in Arkansas, if I can speak on the grandfather campus of Little Rock, I think about 10 years of that school being a community school. I think about the 10 graduation classes that went to that school, the alumni. I think about the community partnerships and engagement in that school. And if I was to sit here and think about what that community, that school community looks like with that school not being there, I see an asset missing from the community. That school has worked hard to build a niche in the community. And so it being a community school, we've had your blessing as well as the support of our families and our students for 10 years. And we're looking forward to 10 more years of that work. And so with that being said, it's a thing that we're confident in because we did it for 10 years. We continue to share with you all the results and the feedback that we're receiving from the people that we serve, and we want to continue to serve them for 10 years.
So, I look at you guys as kind of a new school model, and there was, a number of questions that I'm not sure we fully grasped the answers to. And then your ESSSA scores are not, you're new, so you don't have scores like an older school would. So I guess my thought would be, is there a detriment to you other than the emotional side of it to having a 5-year renewal as opposed to a 10? Is there a functional detriment?
I would say no, but I am seeking, and if that's the panel's stance of it's the ESSA index score that's concerning for the 5 years, I would highly challenge you all to look at some of the qualitative data that we have and also looking at how we're fulfilling our mission and vision. I do understand that the state has created an accountability system that's used by all public schools in Arkansas. I think the state has also taken a stance to determine that there are some unique schools in the state that serve unique populations that accountability model may not be the most accurate measurement. And so when I look at the work that we're doing and I look at the response we're receiving from the people that we serve, I am very proud of the work that we're doing. And this team that sits behind me, they don't ignore that data. They're very conscious of the ESSA index score. We're working with institutions to understand what calculates that ESSA index score. And then we're educating our administrators and teachers on what day-to-day behavior, whether it's attendance, growth on assessment, student engaged in community service learning, to be able to impact that score. But I would challenge you to not let that score be a complete evaluation of the work that we're doing in our schools and the impact that we're making in the community.
Any other questions or comments? Yes.
I have,
please.
I'm sorry.
Why don't we start, Ms. Newton,
Okay.
and then we'll come.
And I agree with you wholeheartedly, but I think it's our responsibility to look at the standards and the rules and regulations as they apply to public school, not public schools, charter schools. And my argument is probably, and may never happen, but this group of individuals and their families need more support than others. But I don't think we can look at waiving things around healthcare, food, and a variety of other waivers that I'm not comfortable, because by doing so, in my interpretation, we discount the value of these families. If we say, everybody else has got a nurse, access to a nurse and whatever, or whether it's food or whatever it is, whatever we're looking at, I think that we do a disservice to the population that's already struggling to get to these points and need more consideration than some of the public schools, in my estimation. So I struggle with that some of the things that involve health and wellness and food and nutrition aren't the most important things. And I think my personal feeling is that you have a solid program and a solid approach and curriculum, but there's some things that are troubling to me. And I don't know about the process, but if we could, move on with the caveat that these things will be addressed and corrected within a period of whatever. But personally, I think that it's the most fragile population of all, and to assume that we can, food there may be the only meal of the day. I don't know. Healthcare. If you said to me, well, we have a CNA on staff and she does an assessment, but if I'm the secretary and somebody comes in and has 104 fever, I may just think they need a Tylenol. And I'm not suggesting, but it's not an expectation. I don't think it's reasonable to have an expectation that someone that doesn't have a connection or some training can make decisions, because then it opens you up to liability. My kid had a third degree whatever, and you thought it was just a red spot, a third-degree burn. I don't know, but I'm saying to you, based on my experience in career, is that we have a deeper responsibility to the young people that have been dropped out or pushed out of school. And there are a variety of different reasons, a variety of different supports that for whatever reason the public school can't do, and you're designed to do that and doing a wonderful job. So I take the stance that maybe you're more responsible, or the system is more responsible to making sure that every T is crossed and every I is dotted as it relates to population. Because if you lose them again, the likelihood of them going straight to the Department of Corrections is a high percentage. So that's my point, for whatever it's worth. But I think extra pain, extra whatever, extra help, extra supports, where we've got, we might need mentors, we might need somebody to sponsor somebody into welding, to get the welding, all those things that are available in public school that are just pushed in, you can either do it or don't. Whether it's a math class size or whatever. I think we need to be more diligent and not to suggest that one population is more important than the other, because the public schools say, well, what about us? But I just really think that this is oftentimes the last chance for these young people, and everything has to be looked at in a totality. And it's a little bit different maybe than a school in the Heights, say for instance. Yeah. So that's just my opinion.
I definitely appreciate you saying that. That is what we believe in, Ms. Newton. I don't want to mislead anyone in this panel that we're doing anything less for this population. I spoke to a lot of things that we are doing is data driven, and you know, if I can speak to what we're speaking to, is the sustainability and the impact that this school is having over X amount of years, and I can assure you, whether we're granted 5 or 10 years, we would never offer students anything less than what they would receive across town.
I believe
Now, the good thing about what we have is we're small. And so we are able to personalize and address the individual needs of our families. Now, it may look different, you know, at our school. You know, maybe we're contracting that out or we have a partnership, but, you know, just like Mr. Duval, he communicated, we have almost 15 partnerships and pathways that we're doing for students. And I'm not comparing it to any other school in our area, any other charter school, but that's come through our relationships, through our community partners, where we're able to offer these things that students don't have opportunity at their local school they're at. So we are going to continue to go above and beyond for this population because, as you say it, this population does need more.
And I think you should go above and beyond. I think it's your mission, it's your goal, and it's your passion. But on the other hand, we can't, I cannot, as a charter authorizing panel member, look at the things that are just as critical concerning health and welfare that are not met. I don't say this is not a valid or worthy application to move forward, but just those, you know, you said we have 15 partners. Well, maybe we look at it and say, you know, you need about 5 more because you need some to cover these areas. So I'm not saying that you haven't had the effort or that you aren't putting forth the effort and dealing with a vulnerable population, but at the same time, you know, earlier we were reviewing the charter, had questions about them having 1 nurse for a system as opposed to no medical care at all. So I think it's important, and especially in this day and time, that we give the best that's available to us. And this is just as important as, I can't say anything, one other, it just as important as to me, for me, as getting algebra 1. Because unless you're healthy, unless you're safe, unless you're full, none of that matters.
Yeah, and before you do that, just a point of clarification, Ms. Newman. I do, you know, based upon what has been discussed here today, they are providing food services, breakfast and lunch to all students and have been. And so I don't think that there is a concern about their ability to meet that standard.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood because I thought they were talking about additional students wouldn't have that.
They were
access.
saying if they were interested in opening another campus, would they be able to do that immediately for that campus?
Right.
But in regards to the current campuses that they serve, they are enrolled in a program to provide breakfast and lunch to all students. Just a point of clarification. Sorry
Thank you,
about
Mr. Davis. I specifically wanted to bring that up and make sure that the panel understood that, which is that we do provide breakfast and lunch to all of our on-campus students. It is only we do have a virtual program, and that's the only location in which we do not provide the services. The other is that we do contract with an RA, and so we do have an RN. We do contract with an RN, and so we do have health services available on call. They're just not on campus, and so it's the on-campus folks where we have that health, where we have the health administrator who's there. One of the reasons for that, and it's very important for us, is we work in very small campuses. So our campuses are very small, and they do not have you know, the size nor the resources on each campus. And the reason we do that is so that we can go into communities and work with our group of students in a very individualized fashion. And so if you look at our campuses, we only have 1 campus other than our virtual that's over 100 students. The others are all right around 100 students in class. And so we do look different. We have an individualized program. We seek to make sure every single student is taken care of, and we seek to make sure that all of their needs are taken care of as they go through our program. It just looks different than other systems. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Ms. Wright McMurray, I know you had questions or comments.
This is one of the charters that I did have an opportunity to go and visit. So first I just wanted to thank Mr. Felton and his team for hosting my
was gonna, if I can, I appreciate you coming to visit our campus, Dr. Mary, and that feedback. We do want to come back, right? We want you guys to hear the great things that are going on. But this renewal hearing, even if we can do it 7 years, I mean, this actual renewal hearing, we don't have any problem coming back to you all, sharing the great work that we're doing in our schools and the progress that we're making. But to come to actually be renewed and renew the charter, I really would like to do that every 7 to 10 years. I'm negotiating now at 7, but this renewal process, we would love to come back and share the great work that we're doing. And for those that have been on the panel, we're a frequent group and a frequent organization you get to visit with to hear some of this work. And we won't shy away from that.
You know, my thought is we're trying to help. You know, we're not trying to cut your period back because we're trying to hurt. We're trying to help because you all are new school. It's different when you're new than when you've been around 20 or 30 or 40 years. So I kind of like your 7-year negotiation. But one of the ideas, as we were talking, and we've done this before yesterday, what if we, and I'm just talking to the panel now because this is just my thoughts, so they have to think about this. What if we did a 7-year renewal and then asked them to come back in 3 years and report to us, like we did the other group? Yeah. Is there any thought on that?
So let me, couple things. First of all, I'm smiling because I love the fight. I mean, there is no doubt in my mind that you got someone who is working for the best interests of students standing before us today. And I thoroughly appreciate that and really want to applaud that. I do have some concerns, particularly when I look at growth, right? And because growth is what happens when students are with you, and the institution is an outlier. Now, to be fair, you're dealing with probably the most vulnerable population of students, and so there is some real challenges in getting those students to get to a point, and it takes probably a little longer to get them to a point in which you can start to see some movement on growth. But I appreciate that. I appreciate the effort. Help me understand, outside of just pure fight, grit, negotiation, 7 versus 5. Like, what is there a programmatic reason why 7 makes more sense than 10 than 5, or is it just because is it just purely negotiation? I'd like to think that we're focused on the impact of an impact to the program by providing an opportunity to do 10 years or 7 years or 5 years. Like, what does that look like? I think on the 5-year scale, right, I think we have on the 5-year scale, I think that there is a argument to be made or a conversation to be had around the issue of accountability and ensuring that we are, as a panel, doing our due diligence in regards to accountability by limiting it to a 5-year time period that then will require the organization to come before us sooner rather than later. And I think that's where some of the comfort comes from. I am not sure, based upon how you responded to 7 years, if there's some reason and rationale behind the 7 years outside of, I wanted 10, you want 5, let's kind of cut it in the middle.
Part of that is negotiation, but the majority of it is believing in the work that we do every day. I am very aware that you can award me 5 years today, and due to the authority of this panel, you can request me to come back in 6 months. So I would also challenge the panel, if you have the ability to call this charter back to report out at any given time, then what would be your concern by issuing 7 versus 10? We are committed to doing the right work every day. whereas it's good to look up and have a panel or a charter date that's expiring in 5 years or expiring in 10 years, that people that sit behind me are committed to doing the right work every day, one kid at a time. That will not change no matter how many years are awarded today. I'm hoping that having 10 years of doing the work in Arkansas and having the support of the people that we serve and having the support of our community partners helps with the argument that this has been a model, a school, and a charter that has been an asset in the community for 10 years and will continue to be an asset in the community for 10 years under the direction of this office and under the direction of this panel.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments before we move to a motion?
Yes.
Ms. Kaufman?
I didn't know Ms. Summers was coming.
Let's go to Ms. Kaufman first.
So the thing that I appreciate that Responsive Ed is providing this service for these students. But I came today to hear some specificity in the action plan for these students, and I didn't hear that. I didn't hear the specificity that I was expecting around attendance, because we were on site and did not see the number of kids that should have been there. We talked, asked them to come into my office, and we worked on that. I'm looking for strategic plans to address the needs of kids, and I think you hit on it when you said, but you didn't see it in the growth. And so whether the kids are on site or working remotely, there should be growth if the wraparound services are being provided. And then when the vagueness around the calendar, the class size, and the teaching load is just not getting to the specificity that I need for anything beyond 5 years.
Thank you for that, Ms. Kaufman. Any other charter panel members with comments or questions? With that being the case, I'd like to entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the renewal of Premier Charter for a 5-year period.
Second.
There's been a move and a second that we approve the application for charter renewal with Premier High Schools of Arkansas for a 5-year time period. Are there any conversations about the motion? Hearing none, I ask that all charter panel members indicate their approval by stating aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any denials or any problems with that? It has been moved and properly seconded. The ayes have it. Congratulations on the charter renewal of 5 years for Premier High Schools of Arkansas. Panel members, can you please record your vote, and then we will get back to, we will talk about that vote. Okay. Why don't we start? We haven't started with Ms. Kaufman. Why don't we start there, and then we'll go to Ms. Newton. Ms. Kaufman?
I voted for the 5-year renewal. The charter needs to continue to work on their specificity of their plans to support students.
Ms. Newton?
I vote yes, and I said though there are concerns about operation, I think that the charter has demonstrated consistency and moving in the right direction.
Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, I vote yes. I believe a 5-year renewal is appropriate for a new charter, and I think you guys will move a long distance in 5 years.
I voted yes based upon the dedication of the staff, the desire to serve the most challenged students, and the opportunity to provide positive opportunities to students. I support a 5-year renewal application.
I support the 5-year renewal of Premier High Schools of Arkansas. Looking forward to seeing the growth in the near future of student success.
Ms. Wright McMurray?
And I voted for, and I said I support the motion. Premier Charters developing a plan to improve outcomes for their students. The 5-year renewal will allow the charter an opportunity to begin further development of this plan and implement the strategies that can be presented in measurable outcomes and improvements for their population.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Panel, I do want to remind you that there were a couple of items that we moved earlier today toward the end of the agenda, and so we need to go ahead and address those items. The first item we had was in regards to remind me?
It was the calendar. I was actually going to ask if you would like to table those two until tomorrow. We can do that.
What's the pleasure of the panel? Would we like to table those until tomorrow?
Yes.
Yes. Do we need a vote and a motion on that?
No, you can just table them.
Okay, we'll go ahead and table those 2 items tomorrow. I think we've gotten our sea legs under us, so it'll move rather quickly when we get to those items tomorrow.
Yes.
Thank you so much for all the time given today, and thanks for all the hard work by staff and those individuals supporting students in the state of Arkansas.
I had it down pat, and all of a sudden something happened. I was typing away. Yeah. You know what? That's been my life.